Okay. Welcome everyone to today's Shakespeare stream. I hope that everybody is doing well. Let me just find the right video really quickly, and you can shift on over so that way y'all can see me. So, good morning, afternoon, evening, night, morning, wherever you might be. So for today, first I just want to say one Shabbat to everyone that, everyone who keeps Shabbat, or, who knows about Shabbat as well. May you have a good Shabbat this entire next 25 hours as soon as the sun sets. And also, I did want to talk a little bit more about Jewish history, right? I think yesterday, one of the issues we had was it was focusing too much on great man history, which, again, I don't think that outside of lectures, really, can you actually get really in-depth stuff. So if there's questions that come up in the videos that we watch today, always feel free to ask questions. I mean, that's literally what there actually was a famous yeshiva, Rosh Yeshiva, which means the headmaster at a yeshiva, Jewish Torah school for men, for young men. And I remember that it said that he said, how did it go? Ask me anything. Something along those lines. Essentially, it was you can ask me any question because I have so many answers, And I kind of liked that attitude of the willingness to, answer people's questions. Maybe not think of myself kind of in that rabbi's way, but knowing, of course, that any specifics that people would like to know about any particular aspect of Yiddishkeit or Jewishness. Is something that I'm more than happy to do. Like I said, if you have any questions when we're going over Jewish history in particular, again, a lot of people kind of learn about Judaism through the lens of Christianity, and sometimes that means that they do not understand certain aspects of Judaism that kind of are very different. For example, the fact that Jews believe in reincarnation, right? In terms of Jewish theology, that's one thing, but in Christian theology, that doesn't exist. So, there are these interesting vertices, right, where they sort of begin to point into different directions. And I think that those places are the sites where we should be looking at and trying to, have an interesting discussion about. So we're going to watch a video about the Jewish Enlightenment. So the Jewish Enlightenment happened late, just at towards the end, and it went from 1743, just about, to 1786. So again, when I was mentioning before the particular the particular movements, right? The Baal Shem Tov, who is seen as the starter of particularly Hasidic Judaism, essentially didn't really begin to have as much of an effect as he would have much later in his life, which is 1760. So again, you can see how he's regarded as the founder of Hasidic Judaism. And again, this is not necessarily the same thing as Orthodox Judaism, but it is important to note that, of course, this is where the idea of dynasties, or dynasties if you prefer, began when it comes to Hasidic dynasties, which are typically passed down from father to son. And they're sort of given control over their community, and you can see how it arose in a very feudal environment, right? Like it arose in the Pale of Settlement in in Ukraine, in Belarus, in Poland, in Latvia, etc. But Lithuania was a bit different. They're more the ones that are like Orthodox but not Hasidic, because there's a distinction to be made, right? Like there are Orthodox Jews, and then there are Hasidic Jews or Haredi Jews that are often called ultra-Orthodox, because they think that, the belief is that you should try to keep to as much of the Torah, of rabbinical law, of Torah law, as much as possible. So instead of just, I keep Shabbat, I do, you essentially, as it were, like hit your macros, quote unquote, right? Hasidim, the ultra-Orthodox in general, the Haredim, believe that like you should be actively, like for example, growing your side locks. But depending on which movement, some of them would count, like what I have right now, as being side locks. Other ones, you see them where they grow them straight out. Some of them curl them. Some of them put them behind their ears. Again, there's just such a variety, which is why I think that talking about this and actually trying to kind of answer these questions is important, because again, a lot of people like to think that it's kind of all the same to some extent, and it's really not. In fact, at one point, the Vilna Gaon, who we sort of mentioned slightly before, he was like the leader of Lithuanian Jewry, and they're their own, like literally like Litvich is like its own brand, so to speak, of Judaism, its own strain. And so in that way, they focus on more, that's where a lot of like modern Orthodoxy came out of. So again, and there was a huge divide in Eastern Europe between the Orthodox, right, in the sense of the Vilna Gaon, Vilna being Vilnius now, and also known as the Jerusalem of the North, and then the Hasidim, who tended to live in Russia, in the Russian Empire. And that dispute also ended up in like declaring people to be in Cherem, which, if you know Arabic, like the word haram, right? It's the same in Hebrew, cherem, but it means, to be ostracized from the community, to be excised. So that's what happened between the communities then.
Vienna, the 29th of November, 1780. Holy Roman Empress Maria Theresa is dead. Within her family's domains live more than 300,000 Jews, and for them, the news of her demise will be cause for quiet celebration. The Empress had been a staunch opponent of the Enlightenment.
Also, let me know if the sound is okay, because I try to play it, since for some reason OBS doesn't want to just capture my computer sound. It has to capture it through my microphone. I have to be cognizant of what's going on, so.
Especially religious freedom, and most especially her ostensible Jewish subjects. But her son, the new Emperor Joseph II, has other ideas.
Also, if you've ever seen the movie Amadeus, right, which is also a play, Joseph The second is the one that they show in the movie, the one that's about Mozart, right? Amadeus.
He's seen the changes sweeping over Europe, and wherein the Jews his mother saw Austria's greatest enemy, Joseph sees Austria's greatest untapped asset. As
Hi,
the new
Zira.
emperor
So good
takes
to
the
see you.
throne, what it is to be a Jew in Europe is about to change. At the beginning of the 18th century, Brandenburg, Prussia had almost no Jewish population to speak of outside its historic capital, Königsberg. But as the kingdom steadily expanded, not only did it acquire...
Also, Königsberg, again, this is the issue when we're talking about, like, German lands and all of this stuff. Like, this is why irredentism, which is very popular among right-wing circles, and even in a lot of liberal circles, I will concede. Not in leftist circles, though. At least not in any real leftist circles, because, like, But anyway, that's a whole different story. Is that, this part here was initially where the Duchy of this is called Old Prussia, Ostpreußen, which means East Prussia, right? And, as we know in World War II, this area belonged to Germany, and then Poland had, like, this exit to the sea here. Gdansk is right there, etc., etc. But Königsberg, I mean, it literally means, like, the king's mountain. Like, that's what it means, Königsberg. And now it's called Kaliningrad, right? After Kalinin, right? The famous revolutionary in the Soviet Union. And obviously reduced to a much smaller size. But historically, this has been where Prussians, as it were, originated from. I hesitate to say that because it's, like, technically, like, they were there, they just happened to be there and have a written history. It's not like they were the only people there. And also, when we're talking about the Germanic people, we're talking about people that speak Germanic languages. That's the only thing that makes the difference between a Latinate person and a Germanic person, is what language family, sub-language family they speak. Because people like to act as though it's, like, inherent within them, like, oh, there's something inherently German, and there's no such thing. Anyway, so remember, in Königsberg and here in the rest of Preußen or Prussia, one of the main things about Prussia is that it's always been surrounded by other great powers, right? Like, Sweden was, in the previous century to this, was one of the great, and in fact, even later on, would be still one of the great powers of Europe, especially in the Baltic, right? In fact, they would fight against the Poland-Lithuanian Commonwealth, whom actually Lucy Haze, a friend of the stream, you might know her from, her own stream, but Lucy Haze is very knowledgeable on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which wasn't a bourgeois state as we think of it. It was very decentralized, and I think there's a lot we can learn from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. However, it did have an elected monarch. Kind of like how the Vatican, I mean, not exactly, but kind of how, like, the Vatican, like, they elect their monarch, the Pope, who is the King of Rome, technically. But anyway, Prussia's been surrounded by other big powers all of the time, particularly Austria to the south, Sweden and Denmark to the north, and then Russia to the east, right? And then when it did grow a bit more, when it took over more lands in the Holy Roman Empire, France to the west. So it's kind of like right in the middle of all of these other great powers. And so that's why Prussia's always been very heavily, like, under their own kings, right? Of which King Frederick II, or King Friedrich the Grosse, right, the Great. You see this, like, like people know the stories, and some of them are somewhat true. Like, oh, that he would only get soldiers over 6 feet to be, a part of his essentially, like, Vinegaring guard or whatever, which again, it's like, yes, but, how do we know there were, we don't know.
An ever larger Jewish community through annexation, but it also began to attract Jewish immigrants. Now, Prussia at this point was basically still a feudal state and didn't really have a concept of citizenship. Jews enjoyed permanent...
Well, see, this is another thing too, is like even the concept of citizenship is very nebulous even today, because you can be a citizen, like if you're a citizen of the U.S., that doesn't mean that suddenly you're imbued with that national identity, right? Like they are more willing, and this is actually something I've read recently, a really good book about, but I can't remember its title. That certain groups within minorities that are immigrants to the United States are more assimilable, quote unquote, right? Because they approximate whiteness much faster. They're more willing to leave any distinction of their culture behind, either because they already were a minority in that country that they're coming from, or because of the fact that America has kind of already accepted, Bohemia and Bohemians as being white, where before they didn't, or the Greeks as being white. Like they've been assimilated into whiteness. And so because of that actually causes this interesting distinction where, you have the hyphenated ethnicities in the United States, but you still have people that try to argue that in Europe, at this time, like everybody that lived in Prussia was Prussian, right? So to speak, that they were imbued with a national character, which just didn't exist. Long compound words as an ethnicity? I mean, I don't believe so. I mean, like to me, like the concept of, so a lot of racial discourse has stopped being, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not there, and Zara, you of all people, we both know that it's still there. But there is a really good book called, what is it called? Race and like racial organization in the United States, something along those lines. And it says that the language of racism in many ways, and racialism, right, the belief that the races are different, which they aren't, they're just literally constructs, is that they started to change the wording from, like this race or whatever to the culture, right? Like, oh, it's a problem with their culture, but that's in effect still racializing, right? But and this is where a lot of like rad libs, etc., and liberals in general think like, oh, they're not being racist, they're just commenting on these negative aspects that if you could just get rid of them, then you would be accepted into the club. And that's not how that works. We know this because the longest, the two oldest minorities, so to speak, in the United States, the indigenous peoples, and also the descendants of black slaves, for example, and when they were enslaved, they have not been integrated into U.S. society. Like there's something fundamentally that, I mean, and this is why I think it's really fascinating, is that white Americans, like particularly Anglo-Americans, think that the indigenous peoples of the Americas are somehow alien to this land here. Like, oh, like, why are you here, right? Like, you should go somewhere else. As if they're the ones who are intruding upon this land, right? So, yeah, I don't believe that the long compound words is an ethnicity. Another thing is that when it comes to community definitions, I know I kind of spoke about this yesterday, right? It's like within the Latinx community, there's a lot of anti-blackness, but there are black, Latinas, right? Very famous black Latinas, and a big component that, and also this also is true in Mexico, is that Oh, no, 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 no. It's totally fine. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. Yeah. Like, but I'm just saying, that like these are some of the more interesting things. And this is why I think Du Bois is like a necessary read. If you're gonna start, like, if once you read The Soul of Black Folk, then you can read, White Borders or Conditional Citizens or, what's the other one? The Wages of Whiteness. Like, yeah, Du Bois is like literally like I wrote an essay, or rather an article on him, because I like literally since I was an undergrad, like Du Bois is probably one of those people that completely just, it's like installing a new operating system, right, in many ways, um, because again he was very intelligent, and I think that his riposte or his response to um, Booker T. Washington, who said, again, this is something that's happening in the Chicanx community in particular, where you have people that are essentially saying, "Oh well, we don't need to worry about civil rights. Like they will eventually like trickle down to us, right?" And this was what Du Bois was writes about in The Soul of Black Folk in the beginning. That Booker T. Washington said, "Oh, we don't need equality. We don't need emancipation, or rather, emancipation from Jim Crow." Or reparations or anything like that. All we need are jobs, right? As long as people are creating jobs, we're fine, right? As long as, and Du Bois saw through that, right? That like that doesn't solve the problem that the new African nation or that African Americans are facing in the United States. Like the jobs are not, and the Chicanx community has similar people that are doing this right now, currently, that are saying, well, it's okay if they never actually like legalize people that have been here their entire lives, as long as they can conditionally give them jobs that can easily be taken away in a heartbeat, right? Like the most precarious jobs. Um, like it doesn't matter. It's just how can we be better servants for capital? And people wonder why white people throughout history love Booker T. Washington. I know, like, I actually went to one of my favorite bookstores in the, like, probably the country. And, like, when I saw that they actually had Booker T. Washington, I was like, I don't know. I was just kind of like, I don't know. Like, I get it. Like, up from slavery and all of that stuff is, important. But, like, when he actually says, like, oh, what, that he would rather see the black boy that he saw reading a French grammar, that he's like, oh, he should be in a sawmill, right? It's like, no, like the whole point is that if you have freedom, if you're truly a citizen of the United States, you should be able to learn French. You should be able to be an academic and all of that stuff. And Du Bois, I think, very cogently argues that so well that I don't understand how anybody could still take the Booker T. Washington route, if they're BIPOC, that is to say. But, like I said, I do see it in the Chicanx community, and I hate it because it's literally saying, let's settle for literally the worst possible conditions, right? Just jobs. That's all we need are jobs. And yeah, it's a thing in the trans community too, right? Exactly. Yeah, with trans medicalists and other people who are like, oh well, as long as they, X Y Z, right? And I'm sure that people can come up with particular examples, but one of them is like, this kind of weird right libertarian view, right? That's kind of like, well, as long as I can do whatever I want, then that's fine. I don't care about any systemic issues. Yeah, assimilate, stealth, never make any commotion, exactly. And that's just not the way. That is anti-revolutionary, that is anti-working class, that is anti, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but like the arguments that have been made by Du Bois and by others, I should add, like in Queer Aztlan, right, that went against the macho, sort of heteronormative patriarchal view of Chicanx heritage and the Chicanx homeland, was necessary. And instead of and it said, this whole belief that, we need everyone to fall under the heteropatriarchy is the way how we can like show that we're strong and not weak. And it's like, it's shit like that, and it's just really annoying. But
residency, but had significantly fewer rights than in, say, Hamburg. In the capital Berlin, Jews were only allowed to enter and exit through the same city gate reserved for cattle.
Yeah, so that's what I mentioned yesterday, that at the beginning of the Haskalah, or the Jewish Enlightenment, Jews could only enter to the Rosenthaler gate. And Rosenthaler just means, Rosenthal means Rose Valley. Because if you go that way, either it's named after someone whose last name is Rosenthaler, or it's because past this, there's usually like a river valley, and it's known for having roses. Like, just like the street Unter den Linden, like, it literally means under the linden trees. And if you go on it, surprise, surprise, there you drive under linden trees.
So those who resettled there were generally very poor and had little to lose by seeking out greater economic opportunities in a rising nation. And that's important for understanding the kind of person who would choose to become part of this.
See, this is the problem that Sam has, and this is why I said, like, these videos are short enough and they're digestible, and I like that, but this idea like, they had nothing to lose. Actually, they had a lot to lose, because at the end of the day, anti-Semitism, racism of all forms means you can lose a lot more than just like, you don't get the job. And I think that's one thing that him being a white Jewish person makes him kind of like not see that. Like, now that Jews have been assimilated into whiteness in the U.S., it's kind of like they kind of like lost that class consciousness, and that consciousness of the fact that of the consciousness of a diasporic, disenfranchised, and dispossessed community, and instead is kind of looking at it from the like, it's like they could go there, and even though it was a hostile society, they could get jobs. It kind of sounds like Booker T. Washington.
Fairly hostile new society, because it was that spirit of
fairly hostile. Come on, it's Prussia. Like, you know what I mean? Like, literally, like Berlin, and
resourcefulness and adaptability that would improbably make Berlin the new intellectual center of the Jewish world. In 1743, Rabbi David Frankel was appointed chief rabbi of Berlin. Although a native of the city, Frankel had spent the past several years as chief rabbi of the microstate of Anhalt-Dessau, during which time he had taught and basically adopted an impoverished but extremely promising student named Moses Heimann. Heimann was only 14 when he and Frankel arrived in Berlin, but by this time he had already mastered the Torah, the Talmud, and the writings of Maimonides. In Berlin, he now received a secular education from mathematician and fellow immigrant Israel Zamosh, and took on the
So, one of the things that has to be remarked at this point is that, there are a lot of these stories of these, like, prodigies, right? And when it comes to Torah, and I've never liked them because, again, it feeds into the whole great man view of history. But, one thing, too, is that it's like, he can say, he mastered Torah, but you're supposed to learn Torah all your life. Like, you never truly master it. Like, I understand what they're saying, that, they reach such a high level where they could poiskin, which means that they can, like rabbis, if they are, so, like, for example, the reason why I really don't, talk about the fact that I had a rabbinical education is because, like, I don't really poiskin, right? I really don't bring down judgments, because that's not really, I don't really feel like I have a community to do that for. And nor does my education really apply itself to that, because it was a very, Hasidic education. Um, so I would have to rework a lot of theology and all that stuff to have that. And I'm not a pulpit rabbi, regardless. But most rabbis typically, most people that are rabbis are just men that went through the yeshiva system and become scholars, right? But the whole point is you're a ben Torah, or a son of the Torah, for life, right? But these prodigal, Moshe Mendelssohn, or Moshe Hyman, I should say, it's kind of giving into this like, oh, he was so, and again, I'm not saying that it's wrong, and it's not, I mean, he was very learned in all of this, but I just don't like this like, oh, he was a genius. Because he's just a human being, and he also, because of knowing the chief rabbi of Dachau, he was able to have access to a Jewish education, something that like the peasant Jews that lived in the Pale settlement in Russia didn't have necessarily, because literacy was very low, etc., etc., etc. So again, it's like, it's kind of removing the fact that yes, he came from that background of being orphaned, etc. However, he also then got very lucky in being adopted by the Grand Rabbi of Dachau, and being able to receive an education like that, because not everyone could get it, and for a long time women couldn't get any education, even a Jewish one, right? Not, at least not to any caliber in comparison to what you would learn in the yeshiva. In fact, there's a whole movie that features Barbra Streisand. This is when she was really young, called Yentl, which is based off of a story, Yentl the Yeshiva Boy, which actually involves cross-dressing and like homoeroticism, which I like. I think to me that's a very good very good framing of this. But it shows how like a woman that was able to actually master the Talmud and Torah and all that stuff was barred, and even though they were in love with another Torah scholar, they it just didn't work, right? Because they lived in Lithuania or whatever, and the rules of orthodoxy, which I used to have to live under, and I don't anymore, are so strict where it's like, yeah, like if like when you're at a yeshiva where Moshe Hyman or Moshe ben Menachem just means son of Menachem. So when you hear Ben or Ibn, like in Arabic, Ibn is the same thing. So in essence, what you have here is someone that got very lucky, and in this that was able to get a great education, was literate, knew the commentaries, and also had the chief rabbi to be there to direct his studies. Like I know personally some chief rabbis, but that's like, it's not like, oh, I know them personally, like super personally. It's just because, again, when I was in that world, in the Orthodox world, when I was learning, sometimes they would bring, oh, he's visiting New York, and we're going to bring him to the rabbinical school, and where he's going to give a lecture and talk to people. And like, stuff like that. And then my rabbi, where I used to live, when I was doing my undergrad, I found out that I went to the same yeshiva that his son went to. And so, yeah, but anyway, like I said, so that's the problem I have with this, like, oh, he's such a genius. I mean, again, if everyone got access to Jewish education, which is private, I want to make clear, Jewish education is not free. They will sometimes do like grants and stuff, but like if you want to send your kid to a Jewish day school, which personally, I'm just going to put it out there. One, I don't expect to have children, but let's say that a future partner and I ever decided to do it, to actually have children. I would not want to put them in the Jewish education system, because literally that would be putting them through like the meat grinder of gendering them completely. in the sense that, I've mentioned before, like in Hebrew, everything is gendered. Even the way how you conjugate verbs to numbers. So like you, in a sentence, you can talk about yourself in the masculine, but when you're talking about the object that you want, you have to use the feminine. And you have to use feminine numbers, not masculine numbers. And it's just ridiculous. Like, to me, I think Yiddish and Ladino are superior because they're actually Jewish languages of the people. But Israel did a very good job at essentially, well, one, Israel made it illegal for people to speak Yiddish for a long time. People say, oh, well, how would they enforce it? I mean, a lot of people weren't literate. And then also the forced Hebraization programs. But anyway, back to this.
Or German-sounding name, Mendelssohn. By 1750, Mendelssohn had mastered 6 languages, worked during the day as an accountant in the burgeoning silk industry, and began a side hustle as a philosopher and art critic, even daring to criticize a book of poetry written by King Friedrich himself.
So this is Friedrich II of Friedrich the Große, the Great. So he was known as, some background on him. His dad was super, super militaristic and wanted his son to be like him, right? To run Prussia like an army. And what ended up happening is that his French tutor, they had planned on possibly, essentially they planned on fleeing Prussia and going over to France or something like that. And when the plot was discovered, they captured both, at that point, Prince Friedrich and the French tutor. And when they executed the French tutor, they made him watch, right, from his cell. And some of his last words were like, I sacrificed myself for you, our love will be everlasting. A lot of people say that there was a relationship between the two. Again, there's not, there's not completely concrete evidence, but the circumstantial evidence is very high. That also he had other rendezvous, etc., trysts with other men, but
his work led him to a lifelong friendship with fellow critic and playwright Gotthold Lessing, and together they became fierce defenders.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. So Friedrich's father died, and he had made Friedrich II be raised like completely militaristically, like essentially like sent him into the army. So then when Friedrich II became king, he tried to sort of be an enlightened centrist, so to speak, by having the Enlightenment values of, the, what were they called? Like the enlightened absolutist rulers, right? And essentially tried to like promote the arts, poetry, hosted Voltaire at his palace Sans Souci, stuff like that.
Of German language and culture at a time when it wasn't very well respected, even within the German-speaking world. Inasmuch as there was such a thing as German nationalism in the 18th century, Moses Mendelssohn was at its forefront, and it made him a celebrity across Europe. But Mendelssohn was still a rabbi, and as his fame grew, he turned his attention more and more back towards Judaism and Jewish culture. Much as he championed German as a language worthy of great art and science, he also began to do much the same for Hebrew. He envied the passion and vibrancy that it had once had as a living language, and
But remember, when they say, right now that they're going to say revival, the Hebrew that was created for the state of Israel is artificially linked to, if you can even say that, to biblical Hebrew. Like, when they have to print out Humashim, or Humashot, I should say, which are the 5 books of the Torah, but like the ones you read like when you're in shul, or when you're in synagogue, or when you're learning Torah, because it has like footnotes and whatever. there are versions that have to be printed in Hebrew for modern Hebrew, and they have to change it because the grammar is different, the words are different, all of these things, because it was constructed by people who were trying to make essentially a new language. But they took like certain aspects that, I think to me that, like, for example, first failure, they kept the whole like abjad thing, which Yiddish and Ladino, for example, the two biggest and most spoken Jewish languages at the time, or perhaps maybe Judeo-Arabic would also be on that list, but the two alphabetic ones would use vowels, show vowels when writing, and modern Hebrew decided to go for the so when you read a Torah scroll, right, like an actual Torah scroll, there are no vowels. You have to know the word already in order to read it. And like I've mentioned before, like that's why like learning Hebrew can be very difficult, because the training wheels that are put in when you're learning Hebrew are taken off very quickly, because you have to get used to no vowels at all being present once. I don't think anybody in my chat's gonna visit, occupied Palestine or Israel anytime soon, but if you go to New York or whatever, or if you go to parts of LA where they have Hebrew stuff, sometimes you cannot tell what the word is referencing, because unless you know that the word, because like sometimes words can be spelled exactly the same, but like if something ends in ech or cha, well, they don't put the vowel on that. So, and if it's ech, it's male. If it's ech, it's female. If it's cha, it's female. So it's like, but you can't tell because they don't put the vowels.
The inspiration from Rabbi Moshe Luzzatto, he began to campaign for its revival, publishing the world's first Hebrew magazine. At first, Mendelssohn's work on Judaism languished in obscurity, but as the years went on, events began to unfold that would shift his focus within Judaism away from metaphysics and aesthetics in favor of the much more popular subject of politics. In 1763, Mendelssohn won an essay competition from the Royal Academy of Sciences
Buffy.
for his work on the application of mathematical proofs to metaphysics. This was a huge, huge deal. The guy who came in second was Immanuel Kant. And as an added reward for his achievement, King Friedrich bestowed Mendelssohn with...
Holy... Wow. Imagine beating Immanuel Kant at literally his own like invented mind games. That takes skill. Okay, I'm gonna give him props for that. To out Kant is very difficult to do. But see, then he's given the legal status of Schutzjude, right, a protected Jew. But again, because they're focusing so much on Mendelssohn, right, they're forgetting everybody else that's living in Brandenburg and in Berlin and in Königsberg, right? It's not like they're granted the status of Schutzjude, right? It's not like everyone now is Schutzjuden, right? So
the legal status of Schutzjuden, a protected Jew. That is to say, he was no longer subject to the discriminatory laws imposed on other Jews.
So I know you probably can't see this, but there was a Jew tax on people, and this was very common across Europe. This is why, like, when white supremacist people and like all of them try to be like, oh, well, in the Islamic world, people had to pay, they were dhimmis and they had to pay this, like, the jizya. It's like, it's not as though Christians didn't do it either. I mean, they were gonna tax them anyway, right? Like this belief that like, oh, and like, because they try to make it seem like what was once called Christendom actually wasn't as bad for the Jewish people as it was. As I said before, if you would have lived at this time, if I would have lived, I would rather have lived in the Ottoman Empire than anywhere in Europe. But again, like, focusing on Mendelssohn, You're like, oh yeah, he's exempt from the Jew tax, but everybody else still has to pay it. And the ban on the freedom of residency, which literally said, which again is part of that. I mean, it's reflected sort of in other things that the United States does, because it's segregation, but it's also like redlining and other things too. But people don't necessarily think of it in those ways. And they think that these practices are not done anymore. It's like, no, they're still done, even in the quote-unquote freest country in the world.
Mendelssohn was not the only person to receive such a status. Friedrich made similar awards to Jewish craftsmen, publishers, doctors, and financiers on whom he depended for furnishing Prussia's military might and its cultural finery. But for all his legacy as an enlightened absolutist, Friedrich was very much someone for whom Mendelssohn was one of the good ones.
See? This is not... See, Zara, like, I mean, I don't know if you're still in chat, but like, I mean, Sam just said it. He was one of the good ones. Like, that's all I need to hear about this. Of course, that's the way how the king of Prussia saw. Yeah, exactly. And this is not what people wanted. In fact, this is what the Bundists and the Jewish socialist movements were like. We shouldn't have to, be forced to assimilate into society. We shouldn't be forced to be the good ones. Like, that is why when some of them called for a Jewish nation to be like a nation state, to be made in Europe, some people, other Europeans didn't like that because, some people have said that would have been a more reasonable thing to do instead of creating, the Palestinian problem. That is to say, the colonization of Palestine. But I don't know, right? Like, it's too late now. It's too late now to really, to speculate on things like that. Like, should they have been given land in what was, ex-German territory? Sure, they should have been, fine. And been given reparations, etc. Instead of it going all to the Israeli state, which, disgusting. Like, I can go into how disgusting it actually was in a second, but, yes, this whole idea of being one of the good ones, it never works out. I mean, look at what ends up happening in Germany whenever it has a whole bunch of the good ones. It doesn't do them any good.
The privileges of Schutzjuden were notably not extended to Mendelssohn's wife or children.
Oh, wow. Well, look at that.
And Friedrich personally vetoed efforts by the Royal Academy to admit the Jew Moses into their ranks.
Oh, wow. Think about that. Greatest scholar in all of Prussia, but the king of Prussia who gave him this tax exemption. I mean, that literally sounds like Trump. It's like, yeah, I'm going to deport your whole family, but since you're a citizen, I'm going to give you a tax break. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, but also I'm going to make, colleges stop teaching woke CRT, HRT, China balloon, mathematics, and all of that stuff. It's like, this kind of undoes the whole, like, he was this benevolent person. It's just, hi. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming to the stream today. So this is why I'm just, like, not surprised at all by all of this.
Around the same time, a Swiss Protestant theologian named Johann Caspar Lavater sought out Mendelssohn for a friendly debate that he believed would convince Mendelssohn, as a man possessed of one of the greatest minds in Europe, to see reason in converting to Christianity.
I want to be very clear. I never want to be proselytized or evangelized by anybody. In my chat, in my Discord, anywhere. I don't want it. I'm telling you now, like, I do not. I just don't want to hear it. Okay? Like, I just don't want to have to, like, maybe some people can understand this. But like I said, I just don't. Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad that you caught it today. Also, there's my Discord if people want to join. Because that's where I usually put my stream announcements, as well as other stuff too. Like right now I'm going to start posting pictures of my garden, because my citrus trees are blooming. Well, most of them. My grapefruit tree is blooming. My Caracara orange tree is blooming. And my peach tree is starting to get leaves, which is wonderful. So I'm excited about that. When people proselytize, it's definitely imposing on everyone. Right, exactly. And, it's like, look, I get it that that's your, whatever, but I'm just saying, like, up front, like, I just don't want to hear it. Like, if, like this whole thing, like, I'm going to invite Moses Mendelssohn for a friendly debate to try to convince them, right? Like, the outcome is already predetermined, right? That, like, if I win, that means that you have to convert. It's like, no, that's not, like, especially not today. Like, that's just idiotic, personally.
Now, this was no medieval disputation. Lavater was only acting on his own behalf with an open mind, and argued not from theological...
I cannot believe he's actually defending the proselytizer here. Like, oh, he wasn't arguing, well then why would he want to convert into Christianity? I mean, it's only with theological doctrine that the belief that you must, go forth ye unto all nations and, like... This is why Sam is so problematic, because it's kind of weird where he tries to, if you want, we can watch the video where he's talking about the, like, iterations of messianic figures before Jesus, because there were multiple Jesuses before the Jesus we kind of know now, but the charges brought against them by the Romans was the same. So, and this, like, logic and ethics, like, this is literally like, Vosh is just using the Enlightenment spirit of logic and ethics, but he wants you to,
doctrine, but from the Enlightenment spirit of logic and ethics. Mendelssohn would have preferred not to engage, fearing the consequences for his fellow Jews, but he also relished the opportunity to use Lavater's rationalist arguments against him. Pressed on his views of Christ, Mendelssohn...
No, do not give into debate broery, please. Please. Like, this is a thing I need to tell my friends and everyone, my colleagues. Like, stop acting as though, like, chuds that you can find common ground with chuds. If you have common ground with chuds, with Nazis, etc., you're likely well on the path to becoming one, or you're just aiding and abetting them. Like, I will never find common ground with a Nazi. Like, someone that literally wants the extermination of me multiple times over, that's not someone I'm going to ever get along with. Just saying.
And happily retorted that Jesus was a fine Jew, a great moral teacher, but nevertheless a teacher steeped in the Jewish tradition, whose teachings were perfectly at home with the Jewish way of life. Lavater counted this as a win, and 6 years later publicly challenged Mendelssohn again in his preface to the German translation of Charles Bonnet's Philosophical Palingenesis, a book which purported to prove scientifically the truth of Christian theological doctrine.
See, look, this is debate broery of the weirdest level, because it's literally like, oh, hey, I logically proved to myself, already believing that it's literally begging the question on one hand, and then it's already has a foregone conclusion. Like, that's not logic, right? Like, I don't even think you have to take a Cartesian way of looking at it, right? Like, you have to doubt everything or be skeptical or even take Hume's look on it. But it's like, they already believe. They already think that the end, they already know what the answer is. It's just them finding the right logical sounding arguments. And this is another reason why I hate debate bros, is that they don't care about what is being debated, right? Like, when they were debating about transgenocide, or when they were debating about, literally any other thing. Not every topic is debatable. Just because they held a debate on it doesn't mean that it's a debatable thing. In fact, quite the opposite. Them debating it only goes to prove that it's not a debatable thing, I would argue. And, sorry, I'm drinking soda. I love RC Cola, by the way, if anyone is wondering what it is. I've always liked RC. But again, they already have the foregone conclusion, and this is how Chuds operate. It's like they think Chud is Chud. They think Trump is the Messiah. And I actually do want to go over the video. I know for Polystream it was a bit too long. I might not go all the way through it, but I do want to just see the pastors try to bend Christian theology, which, I mean, they always do. And again, I have nothing against devout Christians, that are in my chat or in my community or in the communities I'm part of. More so, it's these people that are using casuistry to try to pretend that they can pontificate on politics, right? Which is the issue that I have. But anyway, back to this.
Doctrine.
Surely,
Lavender asked.
if you're a student of logic and reason, and you openly admire Jesus' moral character, why wouldn't you embrace his divinity as outlined in this book?
Why should I?
Mendelssohn replied.
I also admire Confucius and Solon, but I wouldn't feel any need for them to be Jewish.
Lavender was prepared for this.
Well, why not? Don't you want them to be saved?
Mendelssohn had him this time.
Well, Jewish teaching tells us that they can save themselves. Anyone can serve and love God if they act morally.
I mean, yes, this is technically true. Like, Jews do not believe in Jewish theology, in the most general sense, do not believe that if you are not Jewish, that you cannot enter Gan Eden. In fact, this is why yesterday when someone was asking me about conversion, the reason why rabbis say you shouldn't want to convert, why they try to, sort of push away, push back a lot at that, is because, again, this is the Orthodox tradition. So, if people have converted in Reform or Conservative, it might be very different. But one of those things is now you're going to be held down by the 613 commandments, right? Mitzvot of the Torah. Whereas if you're not Jewish, you only have to fulfill the Noahide principles, right? Like, you have to live in a society that has an established justice system. You have to believe in a higher, stuff like that. But even other things like being kind to the Jewish people, means that you could enter Gan Eden as well. Because Jews don't have a heaven, right? And Jews don't, not in the way how people think of anyway. Like, the way in which Christians think heaven is very much proof that they got their ideas from Zoroastrian but primarily Greek sources, because Jews believe that, like, the earth will be made into a paradise, and everyone will be revived and blah blah blah, because Gan Eden literally means the Garden of Eden. So the whole point is you end up back in the Garden of Eden, because again, Jews don't have original sin. That's something that was theorized, or theologically anyway, by St. Augustine of Hippo in Carthage in the 300s. So, but anyway, that's and Solon, just so people know who Solon is, Solon was said to be the he essentially wrote like a if it's the correct Solon I'm thinking of, it's the one that people say was related to Plato. So, just to give you kind of a reference, because Confucius, is, again, an ancient writer, now they I still don't think it classifies as a religion, though, at least in the traditional sense, because the way in which Western categories are imposed on Judaism, on anything that's not Christian, right? When they want to use the term religion, it's kind of hard because in some places, like when it comes to Hinduism, for example, I'll give this a quick example. Some people just say, like, that's just how the people of India, Hindus, are, right? That's just the culture, right? But it's enmeshed within the culture and the religion. So, oh, hi, Deaf to the Opposition. It's so good to see you. So glad you could make it to the stream today. So,
The only thing that sets Jews apart is the particular way in which God has called upon us to serve him. Most of my friends aren't Jewish, and I've never thought less of them, or that they were missing something. In Hebrew, people like you are what we call righteous among nations, because you, my friend, serve God in your own way, with wisdom and kindness, and that's just as good. Oh, and by the way...
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. So yes, being a righteous person, being righteous among the nations, which again, this is something that I've discussed before. I hate the fact that the state of Israel, so to speak, the Zionist entity, stole it, multiple things. But one thing it did for the world Jewish community is that, like, for those of us that are anti-Zionist, that would never want to set foot in a country that is that pretends that it represents the Jewish people whilst it's actively genociding the indigenous peoples there, the Palestinians, I would find it remiss to not note that, besides everything they have stolen, one thing in particular is that, like, the Temple Mount, the Western Wall, all of these religious sites and important places that Jews used to be able to travel to, make pilgrimage to, for centuries, really, since, are now effectively closed unless you're willing to accept going to the state of Israel, right? And you're willing to stay there, right? Pay into their economy, and I just can't, that's something that Zionism directly stole from me, the ability to go to Yerushalayim, a place that's special for all Jews, or Tzfat or other places, and be able to enjoy it, right? To actually, like my grandmother wanted to go, but she's like, I'm not going to go to Israel. Like, I'm not going to go when they're attacking, innocent people. Like, like my family's all, for the most part, we're all anti-Zionist because because, living in an imperialized country, Mexico, it kind of, already was like, it's much, much worse, right? There is no need for us to be backing literal colonization. And so, that's why my grandmother never went to Jerusalem, because we wanted to go, but I think that she actually thought that the Oslo Accords were thought that maybe that could open up a window for us to fly into East Jerusalem and then visit, because that would be considered Palestinian territory. But then Israel annexed all of Jerusalem, and so now it's like there's no way until Palestine is freed, I probably won't ever set foot in Eretz Israel or Medinat Israel, whatever. Just can't. It's disgusting.
I read the book. You can do better than this.
Mendelssohn's initial hesitance to engage with Lavater was not unreasonable. Recalling the recent revival of disputations by the Frankist movement, he feared that a public call to explain Jewish belief was a futile effort that would only be weaponized to promote anti-Semitic violence.
Which has a long history of it being done that way.
But actually, the opposite happened. Although Lavater never shook his wish for Mendelssohn to become Christian, he couldn't help but admire his conviction and fairness, and their rivalry became a sort of friendship. While Mendelssohn was not the first rabbi to attempt outlining Judaism for a Gentile audience, it was the first time that a large audience was interested in listening. This was most educated Europeans' first exposure to Jewish belief from a Jewish perspective.
Maybe things will change with all the protests now, but I guess that's only due to the power grab they try to do. So, yeah, if I may just quickly answer or opine on that. When there were Palestinian or pro-Palestinian people, waving the Palestinian flag, saying, yes, this government is corrupt and also causes violence against, the Palestinian people, there were some Zionists, or rather there were some protesters that actively, attacked them and tried to like destroy the flag, the Palestinian flag and all of that stuff. And obviously that's not revolutionary, right? That's reactionary. But to what extent that will change things in what is called Israel, I don't know. Like, because Netanyahu said that he would delay it, but that doesn't mean anything, especially because in exchange, he's willing to give a literal, like, even more fascist than Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, like essentially his own personal Gestapo. And I have no problem calling it that. Like, literally would be under his direct control. And he's literally from the party Otzma Yehudit, which means literally Jewish power. I mean, that's literally what it means. So, very explicit on the fascism right there. I don't think that would be a good trade-off. But if there were to be a collapse of Netanyahu's government and they were to go to another election, I mean, again, you can't be in the Knesset, the parliament, if you do not agree that Israel should exist, right? And, of course, even the Arab parties that are there, and I say that in that sense because I call the people, they're all Palestinians, but in the Knesset, they try to de-Palestinianize them by calling them Arabs, as if, trying to pretend as though, they were just wanderers that just happened to be in Palestine when Israel was created, which is not true. Even Ben-Gurion says that the Palestinians are the actual people that are related to the ancient Israelites, for example. But anyway, that's a whole different story. If the protests could bring down Netanyahu, I don't know if that would mean that they would get a liberal government, which I don't think would be much better. Like, Benny Gantz is not much better. He's like a general in the IDF. I mean, because Benjamin Netanyahu was in the commando units. And then, I don't know. Like, I don't have a very positive opinion of the outcome of the protests until I see them take a pro-Palestinian turn. To end the occupation, to create a single state with equal rights for everyone. I mean, that's the only possible option at this point. And the arrest of all of the fascists, like Otzma, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and Smotrich. Like, otherwise, I just don't see what, because like Smotrich literally wants to annex what's essentially already colonized by Israel anyway, but the remaining little islands that the Oslo Accords gave the Palestinians, that is under their direct control. I mean, I don't know. It's a very complicated issue, but again, the only thing I can say is one state with equal rights for all that takes to prison all of the fascists and, de-Zionists, like de-Zionization occurs. That's the only way I could ever see anything positive come out of that.
And it challenged a lot of cultural assumptions about Jews and Judaism that even most Enlightenment thinkers had taken for granted, the impact of which carried directly into the next phase of Mendelssohn's career. Since childhood, Mendelssohn had suffered from scoliosis and arrhythmia, the complications of which were exacerbated by stress, and after suffering what may have been a stroke in 1771, he resolved to spend whatever was left of his life in the pursuit of Jewish emancipation, the growing pan-European movement to make Jews equal citizens of their home countries.
So, again, this is why when Zionists try to recreate history, they try to make it seem as though, well, one, they try to demonize the countries that did give them their rights. And so this is another point too that I also wanted to add. They Zionists will often talk about the expulsions that happened in the Middle East after the creation of the State of Israel, but actually is the Israeli government lobbied those countries in particular so that they would send them to Israel. Right, like they wanted them to be expelled so that then they could colonize Palestine. And in the same way too, they lobbied the Soviet Union, because most Jewish people in the contemporary era. Hello, it's so good to see you. Yeah, I do not want to see Itamar with his own Gestapo. That's... How are you, Bertha Savage? Especially because it is going to be run like a Gestapo. I mean, like, that's what he wants. He wants to be able to have his own police force. And no one, like, there are some people that claim to be leftists that say that, like, we have to accept Israel's existence as a country, right? And it's like, and yet they're willing to, like, say that, Israel doesn't have to accept Palestine's existence as a country. And in fact, they would do anything to demonize and delegitimize the historical claim that Palestinians have to Palestine itself. And so I think that, this is where a lot of the hasbara, rhetoric. Oh yeah, it's been a tough week. I'm tired. I know I'm supposed to be working on writing and stuff, but I'm just gonna do it next week, like all week. And I thought it would be better to stream and to chat and watch some stuff and talk because I'm tired. Never again, we say, except for Palestine. There, yeah, exactly. Never again means now, and it means right now, and it means with the Palestinians. Like, I don't understand how anybody can be supposedly claim to be, have this great moral understanding of, of Torah and everything, and then be like, oh yeah, genocide is okay. And that's the reason why I don't even like the supposed, like, oh, I don't believe in Medinas Israel, but I believe in Eretz Israel, right? Like, so what that phrase means is, like, I place value on the idea of the land of Israel, right, in the biblical sense, but not the state of Israel. But then those rabbis and the rebbes in particular in the Hasidic world essentially will then say something like, well, at least there are soldiers protecting Jews, right? Like, they will use these excuses to kind of bend the otherwise anti-Zionist view that most Hasidim, most ultra-Orthodox Jews had. Because it's only until very recently that Zionism became so common in the Jewish world. And that was because of campaigns by Zionist organizations. So, that's the reason why 1995 was like a turning point. Like the mid-90s was when most synagogues started to become pro-Israel, and that's when you start to see them even put up Israeli flags. Like my shul doesn't do that. My shul doesn't have an Israeli flag, but I do know that at the shul that's in the same neighborhood, like down the road from mine, the one that I go to, they do. One of the people in his government was on the news for advocating ethnic cleansing. Yes. I think that was Smotrich, if I remember correctly, Bezalel Smotrich. He's one of those like he doesn't live in Israel technically, but he can be in the government because he lives in one of those colonies that are literally like all of the labor for constructions are Palestinians. All the for all of the blue collar work, all of the all of that stuff, it's all Palestinians, but they don't get the right remuneration. They do not get any rights. They do not get the ability to form unions or anything. So very precarious labor, very precarious situation of living, because I know on Poly they were talking about this guy's house got demolished and it was the wrong house. They weren't supposed to. That happens all the time in Palestine. There are they will do it house by house by house, If not, they will find ways to move in people literally in the middle of the night from Palestinian homes. And they will create what are called honey houses, which are the first houses that they're going to give to Zionists, to people who are willing to live in the territories, right? And that are willing to be like that starting point, because they will be the ones that will receive the violence initially. So, but they will get like escorts from the IDF and the police and all of that shit. So it's like, again, it's such a settler colonialist, like absolutely fascist state, that it's just like, I like, as much as I would love to see the Koitel, which means the Western Wall, or all of that stuff, right? Visit famous grave sites of this or that rabbi, etc. I can't, literally, until Palestine is free. In my view, Judaism is in a sense captured, I guess is one way to think of it, or kidnapped. I don't know. I kind of don't know how to word it, but it's like it's taken away from people.
In this effort, Mendelssohn had no shortage of allies. His friend Lessing had publicly advocated for emancipation as far back as the 1740s, and Lavater had gone on to successfully lobby against the expulsion of Jews from Switzerland. In fact,
think about that like around the time that the United States was being founded, there were still countries that were expelling, European countries that are supposedly, that were more advanced, etc., etc. Even Switzerland, right? That were expelling their Jewish population. I mean, again, it's how, like, England was the first one to do it in 1290, but it's like it became so normalized.
The movement for Jewish civil rights at this time was dominated by non-Jews, and you might already see how that could be a problem.
Yeah, because, I mean, this is like with trans liberation. Trans people have to liberate. Like, we have to liberate ourselves. Cis people can help us, but ultimately it's for us to liberate ourselves.
Jew, and a rabbi at that, Mendelssohn had a unique insight into the Jewish perspective on emancipation that most of his colleagues lacked. In particular, that Jewish emancipation would be just as challenging for Jewish society as it was for the rulers of Europe. And in this, he took inspiration from German Jewry's most provocative and exciting voice, Jakob Emden. Vindicated for his work against Mr. Frank and the Sabbateans, Rabbi Emden made no attempt to quell the radicalism for which he had been previously shunned. In 1768, Emden published an exhaustive analysis of the Zohar, the foundational text of the Kabbalah, in which he concluded that the commentary was not a lost work of the 2nd century Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, as it claimed to be, but a medieval Spanish forgery, and thus, alongside the Vilna Gaon, opened the doors for serious textual criticism within the scope of Jewish orthodoxy. Granted, not all of his ideas were winners. He was also an outspoken proponent of polygamy, and denounced Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed.
And concubine? Oh, no. No. I saw a video of a bus pulling up and they ran out with mattresses and other stuff and occupied a building or home. Yeah, I'm serious. Like when I'm saying that they pull up in the middle of the night and they like legit will kick people out of their homes and then put in Israelis. They will legit do it in the middle. Like they will kick them out of their home like while they're sleeping, and then move in the other family, and then like, oh well, you never had your deed certified by the Jerusalem District Court or whatever, and they'll always use this. Oh well, right? I mean, it's kind of like and again, this is also goes back to this idea that Zionists try to act as though they're like indigenous to the land, but the concept of indigeneity is not based on the idea of like, oh, you have this supposed connection, right? Metaphysical or physical connection to people that lived there 2,000 years ago. But no, it's that the people that were there at the time in which the colonization began, they are the indigenous people, right? Like in the same way, like the Mexican people that were in the United States Southwest, from Texas to California, when the United States took them over, they also are indigenous people in that same sense. So again, this is something to think about, but it's also like they misuse the idea of indigeneity, because Americans in particular think indigeneity just means being there first, when it's like, what does that even mean? Also saw a video apparently of a well-known activities that got banished from Israel, or activists, for speaking out during his time in the IDF. It was about searches on rooftop. Yeah, and that's another thing too. If you talk against Israel, right, and they find out whatever, like when you're trying to go there and they look through your social media and find out that you said a post where it's like, maybe Israel shouldn't do genocide, they will literally deny you entrance into the state of Israel. So, I mean, like literally, like this whole thing, oh, the only democracy in the Middle East, like that's a fucking lie. It is America all over again, but again, it's America, but it's definitely an America that is that like more when it was like in the 19th century process of colonization, because it's, I mean, it essentially created Bantustans, right? And then, you know, even the Prime Minister of Britain at the time, a few years ago, not Gordon Brown, what's his name? Anyway, the one that came after Gordon Brown, the conservative one, he said that even he admitted that Gaza was an open-air concentration camp, because it's literally the only thing you can compare it to, because they have nowhere to run. Like this belief that, oh, Gaza is blah, blah, blah. It's like they have nowhere to run. They have nowhere to go, right? Like Israel literally controls the entire border, even their border with Egypt. Like they have to pass through the Israeli border check before they can reach the Egyptian one. So all of those lies about how like, oh, everything goes through the, literally that's made up, because the IDF controls all of the borders of Gaza. So again, it's a complete lie. And the IDF even destroyed the airport, the only international airport that Palestine had at the time. It's now just ruins, and they don't allow them to build it back. I remember when the Bush expanded the wall and it destroyed a bunch of native sacred burial sites. There was uproar, but it got drowned out by... Yeah. I mean, and then now Texas wants to create... I don't know if they're going to do it by executive order of Governor Abbott, which I could see that happen, or just they pass it through the Texas Congress, that they want to create a vigilante force. Well, no, it is related to this, because Greg Abbott already declared war on the border, hence why he sent the National Guard, hence why there was that incident where the National Guard shot the person that was still in Mexico and got off scot-free, because he was tried in the U.S. They wouldn't extradite him to Mexico, even though technically, you know, whatever, because they're like, oh, well, he was standing on U.S. soil. Like, okay. Is that he wants to create a vigilante force of, you know, and a lot of them would be those ranchers that own all of that land, you know, right there around, like, the Amistad Reservoir, you know, Mir, like all of that area going all the way up to El Paso. And they essentially would have immunity, like they would not be able to be prosecuted for their service, quote unquote, of patrolling the border, which in essence means they could kill anybody on sight, and they could get away with it. I can find the article and bring it up once the video's over, because it's pretty bad.
As a forgery purely out of disdain for its Aristotelian leanings. But towards the end of his life, it was his views on Jewish emancipation that had taken center stage, and made Mendelssohn his favorite disciple. Emden believed that Christianity and Islam were part of God's plan for the Jewish people, that the three religions shared common values and goals, and that it was only the antiquated system of legal segregation that had pitted them against each other. Mendelssohn took it a step further to say that even when Jews had been given maximum legal autonomy, like in Poland, it had just been a license for rabbinic authorities to substitute a Jewish dictatorship for a Gentile one. One only had to look at the oddly anachronistic clothing worn by Jews in Poland at the time. True, Hasidim were deliberately dressing in unique styles to stand out from their fellow Jews, but even the Vilna Gaon and other opponents of Hasidism were still wearing stremels, kaftans, long beards, the fashions of 200 years earlier. And this didn't have any basis in Jewish law. It was just the result of reactionary clothing bans imposed by local rabbis over the centuries. If Emden had found the problem facing...
It's funny how he calls that reactionary. I mean, like, the Hasidim, the reason, like, one of the things that in Hasidic thought is seen as really important is the fact that the Jewish people, when they were in Egypt, nation under God, right? Right. Also, by the way, if you would like to support me in my research, you can always help me by buying me a book that I need for my research off my throne, or, becoming a subscriber, a patron on Patreon, or, making a donation if you so wish, as well as becoming a subscriber to this channel. Your contributions not only help me and my research, but also my 3 puppies. So, yeah. And also, you don't have to go through ads. So anyway, as I was saying, the whole nation under God thing. But the whole reactionary thing, it's kind of a mischaracterization, because one of the things was that, and a lot of stuff has been written on this, and that is that, in fact, I actually have a book for one of these topics, which is the beard, which is like a whole, like literally there are entire books on Jewish law concerning the beard, for example. But anyway, the point being that the sumptuary prescriptions, or if you want to call them that, were done by the Orthodox community, because the point was that they said the point was that in Egypt, right, in Eretz Mitzrayim, they had stuck out from the Egyptians, right, that they had kept their difference, and that was one of the reasons why Hashem, which is how Jews usually reference God, was willing to liberate them, because they remained distinct. Hence, the reasoning behind wearing the clothing that has become so, iconic of Orthodox movements. But like modern Orthodoxy, which developed in the United States, they can wear whatever they want. I mean, but there are certain things like tzniut. Tzniut means modesty, and it applies to both men and women, right? Like, men should not have shirts that, essentially, like, you can't wear... Oops. Hi, Nabil. Oh, I'm doing great. How are you? It's like, I have one of my longest friends that I've ever had, or that I have, I should say. Like, he wears a tank top. If he could wear one 365, he would wear one 365, right? That's good to hear. That's good to hear, Nabil. But if, like, growing up Orthodox, it was like, you couldn't wear things like that. Giga Chad content about to be real? Yeah, sadly. Hey, but at least Giga Chad delivers, like Kilo Chad, it's like he goes off on weird tangents, but Giga Chad he knows what he's talking about. But so there's a lot of that that's new, that's still like that you still see even with people who used to be Orthodox, where they will wear like jackets, or they won't wear tank tops or shorts or things like that, because that's not something you do. And there are other things about tzniut too that are like, if you are male, right, or assigned male, I guess, you're like, besides if you have sisters or whatever, when they're little, you can hug them or whatever. But once you reach a certain age, you can no longer touch women. That sounds weird putting it like that, but you cannot like shake if you had a boss who was a woman, you could not shake her hand, or if you were meeting someone and they happened to be a woman and you were gonna to talk about business or whatever it might be, you can't shake their hand, you can't hug them, you can't do anything, unless they are your wife. So Yeah, so there's like a lot of that. And also in the synagogues too, they have the thing in the mechitza right in the middle, where men are on this side and women are on that side. And yeah, so like that gender's one hyper binarized and also, gender separation.
Europe's Jews, Mendelssohn believed he had found a solution in the liberalism of John Locke: citizenship, freedom of conscience, and the separation of religion and state. In Western Europe, Jewish communities were already giving him the name the Third Moses, and his ideas would form the foundation of the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment. In Mendelssohn's calculation, religion was an inner power, outside the confines of Locke's social contract between citizens and government, and to which those citizens had no inherent responsibility. Jews could choose to abide by the judgments of Jewish courts, but Jewish courts couldn't.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Phoenix
Mendelssohn
Dragon.
idealized the achievements of the Sephardic Golden Age, of figures like Chasdai ibn Shak.
Oh, hi there, Arun. How are you? It's so good to see you. Yeah, it's so good to see you too, Phoenix Dragon. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for making it to the stream today. But yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great, Arun. Doing, just tired from the whole week and, doing my research and all of that. And so right now I'm taking time to, actually stream and try to have some fun, I guess. Wild fucking news tonight coming from South Asia. Things are about to get a shit ton worse. What is it? Like, let me know. I'm curious. Also, Arun, have you actually watched the BBC documentary, the one that's on Modi, the Modi question? Because I sent it to Nabil, but I can send it to you as well if you haven't seen it yet. Because it's like, oh, you have? Okay, yeah, I saw all 3 episodes, so it's like really fascinating, but multiple times, yeah, same. But what's the news? Like, I want to hear what the news is. If you can summarize it or. I wish I had a sound deck, that way I could play like, music, like news music. Breaking news from South Asia. But yeah, yes. Sri Lanka is about to pass a replacement for its Prevention of Terrorism Act, which includes the death penalty. Oh, that's not good at all. Especially so if people don't know who Arun is, I highly recommend that you, here, I'll shout you out actually. Arun is very knowledgeable about Sri Lankan history, South Asian history, in particular dealing with the genocide that was committed against the Tamil people in Sri Lanka by the Sinhalese, and definitely recommend. Also, he games and all of that other good stuff. But recently, he's been going over these particular subjects, and I've been listening in, and I remember you and Nabil when you first sort of discussed this on stream, about focusing on Sri Lanka. Right, the genocide that didn't, it never ended. It's still going on. Yes, the ongoing genocide. Yes, and so I think that if you want to know more about that, I think that I would highly recommend you follow Arun. I think that Arun is very knowledgeable and also really good at communicating, the urgency of all of the knowledge that goes in there. Also, when you see the combatants list, like the belligerents list, like the one that's on Wikipedia, trust me, that's one thing that always makes me laugh is every time you pull it up and you show everybody who was on one side or the other, and of supposedly avowed enemies were all fighting on the same side. That's just I don't know why, it just makes me laugh, because it's just like, because like all of those like liberals that are like really into geopolitics that think that like these divisions are like, oh, Iran would never do this, or but anyway.
Uproot and Samuel ibn Agrel, who had exemplified the best of Judaism while also transcending it to lead the predominantly Gentile states in which they lived. Only through the abandonment.
Also, by the way, during the Islamic Caliphate and the emirates that existed in Spain at the time, the type of Judaism that existed there varied very widely. In fact, this is why I know someone who is Sephardic as well, who is kind of part of this like Iberian Judaism revival movement, kind of within Sephardic Judaism in general, because with the founding of the State of Israel, which, essentially the colonizing of Palestine, you are not even essentially, that is what happened, is that a lot of the other groups, the other, if you want to call them like ethnicities within Judaism, were Ashkenazized, right? Like, there are Mizrahim, that's to say Eastern Jews, so Jews that come from, anywhere from like Persia or Iran, right? And when I mean Persia, I guess I mean the whole, Iranian-speaking world. So Afghanistan, the Tajikistan, or even from Kazakhstan, or Uzbekistan, etc., etc. Because there's a lot of Bukharian Jews who come from the area around Bukhara, which is now in Uzbekistan. To Jews. Well, actually, no. Beta Israel is talking about the Jews in India. That's a whole different story. But generally speaking, like Mizrach means east in Hebrew. So anyway, they've started to adopt they've adopted the clothing style of Ashkenazim, as opposed to wearing their traditional clothing that they wore in. I mean, in some cases, like some of these Jewish communities came from places like Syria, and they would dress in the dress like everyone else in Syria. But now that they live in Israel, they dress like they're Ashkenazi Orthodox Jews, right? Like in a suit, and that's historically never been the case that they've ever worn that. Same thing with, with Jewish women, etc. Like, so. And also a lot of the values of the Ashkenazi community, which again is the hegemonic community, again, the one that's white, the one that has been all the prime ministers of Israel, the one that has all of the highest positions are the Ashkenaz, the European, particularly the German ones. And they are the ones who, ultimately speaking, have had an immense amount of control over the politics, over the colonization of Israel. The colonization of Palestine. And so one of those things too was to culturally get rid of all of the unique features or discrete features of any particular Jewish sect that did not was not suitable. So even against Jews themselves, they made them go through a sort of cultural genocide, right? And so there's that. Which has always just kind of, it shocks me, because there are people now that, have been interviewed, and it's like, they feel like now they have to go into the Ashkenazic communities and become part of them, because they're starting to feel that, like, distance from Sephardic communities, or Mizrahic communities. On top of that, the militia has been installing Buddha icons on Tamil lands. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, so, and one thing I want to stress, particularly when it comes to what Arun is talking about, is that Sri Lanka is divided by different ethnicities. It's a multi-ethnic state. However, country. However, its government has been dominated by the largest group of people, the Sinhalese, who tend to be Buddhist. Whereas the Tamils, who typically live in the northwestern part, kind of the closest parts to India, tend to, which is across the way from Tamil Nadu, which is the Indian side where there are Tamil speakers, they tend to be Hindu. There's also Christians and Muslims as well. But that divide is sort of emphasized by the religious difference as well. So what Arun is describing of installing Buddhist icons in Tamil lands means that, again, they're crossing these lines that, show how it's an ongoing process of cultural genocide, but also genocide in general, right? Like, I think, to me, when people say cultural genocide as if it's like some lesser form, it's like, no, it's part of genocide. It's just you're just being specific about, what aspect is being focused on right now. Like, at least, again, this comes from my own understanding, my own research that I've done, etc. So,
of religious coercion, Mendelssohn believed, could Europe's Jews finally return to that maximum potential. In turn, states which oppressed Jews only had themselves to blame for perpetuating the sorry state of the communities that drove their hatred, and could only benefit from emancipation. They tie our hands and reproach us for not using them. But ironically, as much as Mendelssohn's writings flattered the enlightened absolutism of King Friedrich, it was Friedrich's rival, Joseph II of Austria, who would be the first to take up these ideas. During her reign, Holy Roman Empress Maria Theresa had been an outspoken anti-Semite. In 1745, the British ambassador reported with horror how she would order cities in her realms to hide their Jews when she visited, lest she risk even seeing one.
Pressburg, by the way, is, why am I forgetting it now? Is that Prague? I want to say that's Prague. That's the German way of saying Prague, but I could be wrong. Now I'm getting it mixed up, but...
2 years later, in the midst of the War of the Austrian Succession, she ordered the expulsion of tens of thousands of Jews from Bohemia before backing down under the threat of sanctions by her own British and Dutch allies. And in 1777, she succeeded in banishing Jews from the capital Vienna. But with her death in 1780, her son Joseph II took the throne, and everything changed.
So one thing to note about Vienna, again, because this will play an integral part in the 20s and 30s and 40s, but also, with a certain individual, is the fact that Jews were forced to live in Leopoldstadt, which is literally on this island in the Danube River, because it's huge, right? Like, the Danube is an important international waterway, which is unique in many ways because, Europe, they were willing to kind of stop. They kind of took on this position that, like, as long as, we're not going to put any taxes or anything like that, we're just going to have it be an open waterway for trade, which allows for, places like Hungary and Romania, etc., to have, interior ports and have, the movement of goods, etc. But there's an island just off of Vienna, because Vienna stayed a walled city well into the 19th century, and this is to say it still kept its medieval walls until essentially the 20th century, right? Just about. Whereas, like, Paris had gotten rid of the walls already, because it was a metropolis, it didn't need walls anymore. London still has its wall around the city of London, but the rest of London doesn't have the walls around it. Rome also, right? Like, it's grown beyond where the walls are. In fact, there's many sections where the Antonine walls or the Leonine walls are, you can only see them if you go to the Vatican, because that's where they're still preserved, because the Vatican has its massive wall around it. But all of the other cities of Europe, like St. Petersburg, Paris, Berlin, etc., they no longer had walls around their city. They had already knocked them over and built, suburbs, etc. Vienna didn't. Vienna kept its wall, even though the suburbs grew around it, and when they did finally take it down, that's when they created the Ringstrasse, literally the ring street, because it goes all the way around, and it just follows the path of the old wall. And everything that was built along the Ringstrasse literally was made to look as though it was older than it was. So Vienna literally made things look medieval to make it seem like that it had been there since, medieval times. They had things look neoclassical, like the Parliament and the Opera House. They had things look like, more Victorian or more blah blah blah, whatever. But they made that up, like that whole, like when you're on the Ringstrasse and there's like you can walk it, but it's quite a walk. But if you take like the tram that essentially goes around it, you see all these buildings, and like St. Stephen's Cathedral, which is very famous, was made to look medieval, but it's from the late 19th century. Like they chose to make it look old. That's because of the fact that Vienna didn't go through all of those changes sort of naturally. Instead, they had to erect these places on their own. So it's an interesting thing. But remember, outside of the walls and across the river was where Jews were forced to live, in Leopoldstadt. Like now, it's seen as like a trendy neighborhood, or at least the part that's right on the water is. But for the longest time, it was considered like the worst place to live because you're in the middle of the river, right? So the bridge is your only access to the city. So you don't have access to the railways, to the tramways, to all of that stuff. And also it meant that in earlier times they could shut the bridge at night, and Jews typically had curfews where we had to be inside the walled, the ghetto at some point, and then the gate would be locked and would be under watch by some Christian guard. But it also meant too, again, we need to think about this. In summer, you're in this island in the middle of the Danube River that's swampy, that's humid, that's, it was before all of the reclamation projects took place that now exist. So it was essentially literally like the worst possible place to live in Vienna. And in Rome, they actually did the same thing too, where they gave the Jews the part of Rome that would flood all the time. That's what became the Roman ghetto. It literally would flood all the time, which is why if you go to that part of Rome, the houses are much taller than the rest of Rome. Like they're like a floor or two higher, because of the fact that it would flood every single time. But anyway.
Today, Joseph is remembered mostly as a patron of Mozart, but he was one of the most important leaders of 18th century Europe. His sweeping reforms far outshined the reactionary policies of his mother, and few people felt those changes more than his Jewish subjects. Between 1781 and 1785, Joseph II issued the Edict of Tolerance across his various territories. The edict ended the ban on Jews in Lower Austria and abolished extra taxes and fees on Jews throughout the Habsburg lands. It additionally liberated Jews from having to wear identifying clothing, allowed them to learn any trade they wanted, own their own businesses, and attend Austrian universities. In 1788, Jews were made eligible for conscription into the Austrian army, and the following year, they were awarded full...
I hate when they talk about that, like, oh yes, now, it's like when people try to say that, like, yes, trans people are being more accepted because now they can be conscripted into the army. Like, that's not a positive. Like, I understand why people want to see it as one, but it's not one. like everything else, and the fact, also remember, the tax they had in Austria was literally listed as the Jew and cattle tax. So that kind of shows what they equated the Jewish people to, right? Like, just putting that out there. Like, don't forget that was the law saw both as equal up until Joseph II.
Full citizenship, with the rights to vote in local elections, buy land, and be a noble. This wasn't without its trade-offs. Most Jews in the Habsburg lands lived in Galicia, a territory only recently annexed from Poland, and in order to discourage any lingering loyalties to Poland, Jews in rural areas were mostly forced to relocate to urban districts alongside German settlers. But ultimately, it was worth it. Instead of relying on an unqualified Baal Shem to go from town to town teaching Torah to children, the poorest Jewish community in Europe now had equal access to the same education and the same job opportunities as...
See, this is the literally like forced movement of people. You know, it was one of the trade-offs, but overall it was good because, okay, I don't know, just to me, like, the idea of like being forced to move and live by particular people as opposed to living, you know, where you live. I don't know, that doesn't sound like a positive to me. I don't know about y'all, but
Middle-class Austrians back in the capital. And if state schools refused Jewish students, the emperor would provide qualified teachers for Jewish schools. In a single generation, Galician Jews went from being the poorest and least educated Kehillah in the former Polish territories to the wealthiest and most educated. In the city of Ternopil, 14-year-old Josef Perl ended his studies.
I also hate that too. It's like, oh, they became wealthy. All that means is that a few individuals got, like, it's the same thing in America. When people want to, you do the whole, like, conspiracy stuff. It's like, oh, yeah, so, you know, it doesn't really matter, but it's like 5 people, right, are really, really wealthy, and they just happen to be Jewish. That's not indicative of the entire Jewish community. Like, even if the median or the average is slightly higher, that still means that there's a whole bunch of people who are not. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I don't. That's why I hate when they always try to use this metric of like raw GDP per capita or whatever. You know, it's like, no, there's more to it than just they made more money, or they were ennobled, right? Like that means that, you know, one, that they still exploited people, right? And two, again, it's not as though it erases the fact that there was still systemic anti-Semitism in Austria. Like, I don't understand. So
To become a Hasidic Rebbe and began to study the topics that would lead him to become the leading figure of secular Judaism in Austria, a ferocious satirist of the Hasidic movement, and a leading figure in the revival of the Hebrew language. But even with this success, some of Mendelssohn's ideas were not so warmly received. Back in 1772, the small duchy of Mecklenburg-Schwerin became seized with panic over the questionably real issue of premature burial. This particular phobia has come and gone throughout the centuries with varying consequences. But when the Duke issued a decree requiring that dead bodies must wait a day before being buried, the small Jewish community there sought help from Emden, who referred the issue to Mendelssohn. See, it's traditional for Jews to bury their dead as quickly as possible. Jewish law affirms that the soul isn't at peace.
And this is true. Yes, like, you have to be buried within 24 hours of passing. And I believe in a lot of, in most Islamic communities, that is the case as well. In fact, I've often, this is my own understanding from my own experience, Islam and Judaism are much more, have much more in common than Christianity and Judaism. At least, again, in my experience. Anyway, besides that, yes, so this is a problem that, you know, there are ways, like, there are exceptions to the rules, though. It is, like, it has been brought down by, you know, that, like, if they're going to be buried in Yerushalayim, which is typically in this huge cemetery on what is sometimes called the Mount of Olives, right? It's this huge cemetery on the side. It faces the Temple Mount. It's been a Jewish cemetery for a long time. If they're going to be buried somewhere in Yerushalayim or in Eretz Israel, that can take, you know, that they can wait for that. But this is also why, for religious Jews, they don't like, this is a problem because, again, thinking of it in a more secular way, is that it means that, like, autopsies, such things cannot really be done on the body either. So, do you see the problem? Also, exhumations are not seen as positive. So, you know, but yes, the expediency within 24 hours is something that, like, super, super important, because I know that in some, like, again, this is from my experience, like, being Mexican and, you know, having most people around me that are Mexican be Catholic, like, the body of the person who has passed will essentially be preserved for quite a while. until they have like a wake and a mass and a requiem mass or whatever, and then they have the open casket, and then etc. etc. That doesn't happen at all in Judaism. The casket is literally a simple pine wood box, and they're wrapped in white they're wrapped in a talit gadol, essentially, and they wear like white clothing, and then that's it. Like that's all they do. Like they just put, and then they bury you, because Jews cannot be cremated, right? So at least
until the body is buried, and thus an unburied body can never be left unattended. If it is left unattended, that's when you call the rabbi and tell him to cancel the eulogy and instead get ready for an exorcism. This still happens. Mendelssohn was quickly able to negotiate.
Yes, it does still happen, but it's nothing like a Christian one. It's like, that's the thing, is like this is the thing. Exorcism just means to take out something, like exorcise, to cut out something. Out, size, cut. That's all that means. To cut out something from something. But when, again, I wish Sam would go into detail, but I just think it's, there are probably other channels that do. It's not like the ones you've seen in movies. It's not like the Christian ones. In fact, I've never been around any community that actively does them. So the only ones that I've heard about, that I read about, were like, they just say the prayer of like that they say when you wake up, something along those lines, because there's a belief in Judaism that when you go to sleep, your soul rises up. It goes out of your body, and it's like up in heaven, I guess you could think of it like that. So
negotiate a compromise with
which is why when Orthodox Jews get up, we have to wash our hands. We have water. It's called Nagelwasser, which means literally nail water. And we say a blessing, like Modeani is the beginning of that prayer. And then we have, again, the washing the hands is to clean off because the way how they view it is like, when your soul is out of your body, when you sleep, you don't know what your hands are doing. You don't know what you don't know what you get up to when you're asleep. So because of that, you have to wash your hands, just in case you were kind of dirty at night while you were sleeping.
Whereby bodies could be buried on the day of death, provided that the next of kin was able to secure a death certificate within that time. But unsatisfied to let things lie, he criticized the principle of the issue to Emden. Surely, Jewish law commands us to preserve life and to honor God's creation. Is that not then a commandment to love science? If one could not rule out the possibility of premature burial, would it not honor God more to ensure the safety of the living? Mendelssohn pointed out that Jews in the time of the temple didn't immediately bury their dead. They only interred them in communal caves for 3 days and then buried them. Perhaps this practice could be revived. Mendelssohn knew that Emden would probably disapprove, and Emden did not disappoint. And although Emden would continue to correspond with Mendelssohn, his affinity for the young rabbi dissipated. He died 40.
So, this is important. Yes, during the time of the temple, they would put bodies in caves, again, to keep them away from animals and from, people, for up to 3 days, and then bury them. But putting them in the cave does not count as burying them. So this is another thing where this clashes with Christian theology, where Jesus in the cave was him being buried. The Greeks might have thought that that's what Jews did, because that's what they did with dead people for 3 days. But then they're buried in the ground. Like, you have to be put back into the ground. You can't be left in a cave. In fact, the whole story, if you were to really take a Orthodox Jewish view of it, if anything, it kind of would make the Jesus story sound kind of like a horror story. Like, oh, the body got possessed, But anyway.
Years later. Mendelssohn's final years were littered with tragedy. 2 of his children predeceased him. So too did his friend Lessig, whose reputation was subsequently dragged through the mud by fundamentalist detractors. Rabbinic authorities across Central Europe lambasted him as a heretic to even suggest abandoning the coercive power of the courts. And at the same time, Mendelssohn's own students and followers, the Maskilim, grew frustrated with his dogged commitment to Jewish orthodoxy, instead proposing far more radical departures from the tradition. And then there was the issue of emancipation. In Prussia, it had been a total failure. In 1783, the Dublinsches Theatre debuted Lessing's posthumous work, Nathan the Wise, a parable for Jewish emancipation set during the Third Crusade, which was ridiculed by audiences and condemned by conservative Catholics. Mendelssohn may have closed the gap between Jew and Gentile in the parlors and coffee houses of Berlin, but not among the general public. On the 4th of January 1786, Mendelssohn's heart troubles finally overtook him. He died unemancipated, free not by his rights as a citizen, but by the backhanded favor of his king. The situation was similarly grim elsewhere. Britain had attempted to emancipate its Jews as far back as 1753, but the bill was repealed just a year later due to an unexpected and humiliating public backlash.
Okay, so people might be wondering, wait a second, but the Jews were kicked out of England in 1290. Yes. It was after the English Civil War that, and the story that even Jewish people are taught is not true, that there was this like one guy, Ben Menashe, that he went there to the king and was like, or to Cromwell and was like, hey, you should let us back in the country. And he was like, okay, that's not, actually Ben Menashe's entire thing was actually a complete failure, because they didn't want to have trade with Jewish merchants from the Netherlands. But anyway, later on, when there was much more trade happening, they essentially then allowed for Jewish people that were like Dutch citizens, etc., to stay in certain parts of London, not in the city of London, but like in the what was called the Liberties on the South Bank or whatever, where they could, in fact, that's where Shakespeare's theater, the Globe Theater, is located. It's in the area called the Liberties, because it's outside of the walls of the city of London, so that they could be merchants and have their stores and all of that stuff, and eventually a community of Sephardic and Ashkenazi. In fact, fish and chips was brought over to Britain by Jews. Like no joke. Like fish and chips was something that Jewish people would make for Shabbat because it lasts a long time, right? And then they would then it caught on as a British staple food, but literally it came from essentially from Polish Jews, because at that time in England, in fact, they would eat like street meat essentially, and sometimes it was not meat. I'll just put it like that. That's what they would eat instead, kind of like in these little, like in newspaper cones, right? And it would just be like little pieces of sort of like grilled or fried meat. So when the fish and chips were brought over by Jewish immigrants, they completely changed the scene. Another thing too is like tomatoes, right? It was Jewish people that who were allowed to live in Spain's colonies in Italy without fearing certain aspects of Spanish colonial horror, where they brought tomatoes. So tomatoes in Italy, the whole pasta thing, the whole bringing tomatoes. I mean, because technically tomatoes are from Mexico, so But anyway.
Even the reforms in the Habsburg lands didn't fully go into effect until 1789. So in truth, Mendelssohn never lived to see a time in which Jews were regarded,
What an interesting year, too, 1789.
as equal and unseparate members of a modern society. In Europe, he never...
Remember one thing. That right now, Sam is all like, oh, they weren't accepted as equal, blah, blah, blah. But when he does talk about Zionism, essentially he accepts the Zionist belief that Jews actually cannot be such a thing, right? Like this is the faulty logic with Zionists, is that they legit will be like, oh yes, the fight for emancipation is really important, but then once in Germany you essentially get most, because there were only about 200,000 or so Jews living in Germany during like the Weimar Republic times, right? Like less than 1% of the population. Because of that, because most of them had entered, some of them were proletarian, a lot of them were petit bourgeois, and some of them were bourgeois. That's why Herzl writes in the Judenstaat, and I had mentioned this yesterday, the Jews are a bourgeois people. Because, again, he was originally from Austria, actually from Budapest in Hungary, but from the Austrian, the Habsburg Empire, Theodor Herzl was, I should say, who lived most of his time in Vienna, lived a long time in Vienna, and then was a reporter in France during the Dreyfus Affair. So if you don't know what the Dreyfus Affair is, it's essentially a case of anti-Semitism, of doing this whole, like, it's kind of like Jews are the fifth columnists, Jews secretly have a loyalty, like that they have split loyalty, right? Like that conspiracy theory. That is something that Herzl then used to think up the idea that Jews have to have their own, nation state, their own ethno-state. And actually, if you read the Judenstaat, in reality, it really makes more sense, like, if you actually think it, like, what he's writing. Like, I know, he visited Palestine and said stupid shit. I'm just gonna put that forward right now. I hate Theodor Herzl. I hate all of the Zionists. Theodor Herzl and especially, oh gosh, I'm forgetting his name, which is probably a good thing, but, the one that did, what is it called? Anyway, revisionist Zionism. Oh, Jabotinsky, there we go. Like, Jabotinsky, I don't want to hear about him. He's a horrible person. But Jabotinsky's reconstructionist, or whatever it is, Zionism, revisionist Zionism literally says that both sides of the Jordan River belong to the Jewish people, or so to speak. So when Smotrich, like the other day, like this was a few days ago, he was shown at a conference, I think it was here in America, and he had a map that showed Israel, right? Israel. So all of Palestine and Jordan as one with the Israeli flag. It shows that, like, their start came from an outgrowth of Herzl's thought, which is Jabotinsky's thought. And I don't think it's worth even reading Jabotinsky. I mean, I've read Jabotinsky, particularly like The War and the Jew, and I just think, to me, it's drivel. Like, it's just justification, like, oh, even though this would be against morality, it doesn't matter because we need to do it for the ethnos. It's kind of like, I mean, it's just Nazi shit, right? It's just, that's essentially what it is, just Nazi shit. It's just Jews are doing it. And so that's kind of what, if you read Dov Jabotinsky, that's all you're going to get. I mean, you can read the Judenstaat if you want. I'll even link it in Discord, but it doesn't actually make a good argument because everything is literally based on colonizing. Like, the whole thing actually says, like, we're going to create a fund that is going to, people are going to donate to big industrialists, and then first we're going to move in, like, the peasants, and then the proletarians, and then the petit bourgeois, like, literally planning out the colonization of putting the most vulnerable, marginalized people who live in Russia, for example, that are peasants and have, are landless for the most part, that they're going to be the front lines in their colonization struggle, so to speak. And I mean, like again, Theodor Herzl was completely open about this. Like, some people try to be like, oh, like, in fact, makes me think of Christopher Hitchens, because Christopher Hitchens actually said something that sounds like he was praising Theodor Herzl when he said that Theodor Herzl wrote the only utopianist or futurist novel to have ever become reality. And I'm like, no, you're wrong. Sorry. Like, I already know that you're dumb, but, like, this is beyond. Like, you're literally praising Theodor Herzl. Like nobody should be praising Theodore Herzl. Fuck that guy.
Or lived to see that time in Europe. Special thanks to...
Oh gosh, seriously, with the whole America thing, I hate that. That's so cringe. Okay. So, I hope everyone's doing good. I hope we're all, Okay, so, now... Yay, you made it to Friday. I'm so glad to hear it all, Miss Frizzle. Yay. So glad. I know, I'm tired too. I'm so tired. But I wanted to stream. I actually was like, oh, I want to do something fun, so I'll stream. So, Texas Republicans propose creation of vigilante group to hunt migrants at the border that will have immunity from prosecution. So, again, another L for Texas, so Lexus, I guess. Here they're kind of showing people doing stuff, I guess. Sorry, I'm just like, when I see this, like, oh, where they're setting up, like, I don't even know what they're trying to do, but Republican lawmakers in Texas want to create always taking L's. Oh, I'll look at that link in a second. Want to create a state security force to patrol the U.S. border that critics has characterized as a vigilante death squad policy. I wonder, I wonder why they might think of it as such, especially when Texas is, just declared war on the border. It's not like it's demonizing the people that live on the border, or that are from the other side of the border, right? Of course not. Dade Phelan, the Republican Speaker of the Texas House of Representatives, told a meeting of the Texas Public Policy Foundation that he plans to introduce a bill that he says will make national headlines and change the conversation on border security, according to The Intercept. The House Bill 20, would allow the Texas Department of Public Safety to hunt, arrest, and deport undocumented migrants. Like, the word hunt is doing a lot of stuff here. Yeah, it's Phelan. Yeah, of course it's Phelan. But it's just like literally hunt. Can you imagine, legit, hunt? Oh wow, look at that. ChatGPT banned in Italy. Interesting. The group would be comprised of law enforcement officers and civilians under the direction as a governor-selected chief. The members of the group would also be extended immunity from criminal prosecution relating to their actions on the border. So essentially creating a state of exception on the border. They will be directed to arrest, detain, and deter individuals crossing the border illegally, including the use of non-deadly force. Okay, that's just a lie. The group will apparently be authorized to use force to repel, arrest, and detain known transnational cartel operatives. How will they know? How will they know that they're transnational cartel? I mean, literally, the only thing that they, the only qualification that white people really say, counts is if you're Mexican. Oh, you're brown? Okay, yeah, you must be a mule or something, right? Literally, I've had people be like, oh, say shit like that. It's just no. A piece of the companion legislation would make an undocumented entry into Texas a state crime. What? I mean, what does this even mean, undocumented? I mean, then give them documents. I don't know. This is so dumb. This is ridiculous. Yeah, the colonizer voice. So I can hunt domestic terrorists now? I mean, No, of course not. This will never affect white people. This is just another way for them to, take out, start shining up their guns and, you know, start hogging out and being racist to Mexicans and, threatening us as they already do. I mean, like I remember being in Laredo, or on the Texan side, and they were kind of already being like, oh, like, oh, we could tell, like, kind of like being threatening of like, oh, well, we can essentially sick the police on you. And I'm like, we are like, this is when I was like a kid. I'm like, we didn't do anything. Like, we literally were just here. We were eating breakfast, but wait. So these people, wait. So these people have no idea about what like work visas are, or well, I mean, also the fact that most people that are undocumented in the U.S. come by way of visas that have expired. So they come here legally and then overstay their visa. That's the main source of immigration. Anyway, I know it can't. They just use. I mean, but they do use the skin tone indicator, right? And then, and I'm saying this right here. Every single one of the Chicane people, of the Mexican people that work for Border Patrol, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck La Migra. I cannot believe I don't know what your parents did, but they did not raise you right. Never, ever work with La Migra. You never trust La Migra. You don't ever, like, fuck anybody that works for them. The ironic thing is that people I know have actually been busted being mules, and they were white people born and raised in this little racist East Texas town. I mean, again, it's like, if you're white, it doesn't really matter. I mean, even my mom's remarked on this, that it's like, that when she was dealing with different patients, that like, there was a white patient that kept getting in trouble with the law when it came to drugs in different ways. And they kept giving her chance after chance after chance after chance, sending her to nice, group homes and nice, like the highest quality ones that they had in the area, right? Because there are many in the LA area. But then this one Mexican girl, same, just once, they wanted to immediately allow her to be and it was for even a more minor offense. That again was never really proven. Like, I don't know. It essentially, that girl was sent to was like, oh, we actually have to book her and take her to jail. And it's like she literally did less than everything this other girl's done, but just because she's white, she gets chance after chance after chance after chance to be sent to, to rehab centers and all of that stuff, all paid for. Whereas this person, this young woman here, just because she's dark, essentially just because she's brown, just because she's Mexican, suddenly it's like, oh, well, what she did, even though it was the first time, it's indicative of a criminal nature. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, just be racist. Just say what the fuck you mean, okay? There's a whole family of siblings that just got busted. The sisters were trafficking cocaine to San Antonio from Mexico, and the brothers were busted for human trafficking. Oh, God, that's just ridiculous. Oh, yeah. And then there's this one streamer. His name is I forget who, but they essentially were denying that this happens, that the guns come from the U.S. Like, it's difficult to get a gun in Mexico. Like, literally, the people that do have guns, you're usually like shotguns, and they're usually are hunting rifles. Like, that's literally the only time I've ever seen people that personally own guns, and that's like hardly anybody. For multiple reasons. Also, another thing is, like, they also restrict where you could even access guns. So, like, because people like to blame, oh, well, you know, but the reason why the violence is so high in the Golden Triangle countries, right, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, I guess also Nicaragua could probably be included in that as well, is the fact that they have, is that the cartels get guns from the U.S. Like, that's part of the exchange, right? And the people that deny this and act like, oh no, they just get their guns from where? Like, Mexico doesn't even have any big munitions companies. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't have any, right? I'm sure it has some, but it doesn't have like Raytheon. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and again, the culture of owning a gun is not something that's very common. Like, if you see someone with a gun in Mexico, it's typically the police. And, you know, I'm not saying that's good or bad, but you know, again, like this whole, like the way how people in America will walk, like these white dudes will walk with this like big old holster and their gun showing. Like, come on, bro, like just leave, you know. It's like nobody needs to see that. A piece of companion legislation would make undocumented entry into Texas a state crime, which doesn't even make any sense, because that would mean that Texas could run its own immigration policy, with first-time offenders subject to a year in prison, 2 years in prison for second-time offenders, and life in prison for individual with prior felony convictions. Life in prison? So that, I mean, that's all you need to know. That's literally just setting them up for slavery. Because that's what they can do, according to the 13th Amendment. So, Democrats in Texas are opposed to the bill, likening the legislation to a vigilante death squad's policy. The MLAC is going to do everything in our power to kill this legislation, just as Latino state representatives in the past 5 decades fought against Klan-like proposals, said Chairwoman Victoria for Texas. This dangerous, radical, and unconstitutional proposal, which empowers border vigilantes to hunt migrants and racially profile Latinos, is going to result in the death of innocent people. Yeah. I mean, yes, that's literally what's going to happen. Because it's going to give, especially if they're going to be beyond reproach, like if they're going to be given immunity up front. Victoria Naeve Criado, the Democratic chair of the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, said in a statement last week, so the Mexican American Legislative Caucus is going to do everything in our power to kill this legislation, just as Latino. Mr. Phelan anticipated the opposition and claimed he was prepared to take the matter to the conservative majority Supreme Court if Democrats challenge the law. Well, I mean, it's already there. Like, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's already there. Like, they already know. Like, yes, if we take it up to the Supreme Court and they uphold it, then that would be binding on the entire country. That they all could do this. This isn't the first time the state has tried to create a border protection agency force beyond the U.S. federal government, a border protection agency. In 2021, Greg Abbott initiated Operation Lone Star, with that placed the National Guard group troops on the border. However, the $4 billion endeavor met with numerous controversies, including the deaths of several National Guard members, some to content warning, suicide, and allegations of human rights violations that resulted in a Justice Department investigation. The operation has shown no notable difference in the rate of undocumented border crossings or transnational drug trafficking. I wonder why that might be. It's almost like the police are in on it. It's almost like the United States and capitalism kind of like likes the drug trade. If the case is challenged and successfully survives the Supreme Court ruling, it would change the way all border states could police the southern border. I mean, that's essentially what they want to do. Like this, like just this right here. Like just this right here. If the case is challenged and survives the Supreme Court, which it probably would, because it's what, like 6-3 or whatever, I forget. I believe it's 9 justices, right? It's 6-3. 6 conservatives, 3 liberals, right? Because that's, I just don't understand why people are trying to pretend like, oh, they would be really nice or something. Like, I don't get it. Is it not obvious what they're trying to do here? They want to allow these white men to start shooting and to start Robloxing innocent Mexicans for the crime of looking like they're a drug mule, looking like they're a drug, whatever. So it's just gonna result in a shoot now, ask questions later, if they even get asked questions. Because I mean, if there's one thing I've learned is that the value of a white life is at least double that of any person of color, right? Like that is something that I just feel like I know that if I get injured, if I get hurt, there's less concern than if a friend of mine who's white gets hurt. So and then this, like right here, the U.S. and Canada reach deal to turn back us. Like, imagine being such an enlightened centrist that you're like, yeah, literally going against the UN Convention on Refugees is good, though. Like, something I could never wrap my head around. A guy I used to be more than friends with, his dad had been deported 3 times, and that is like traumatizing as fuck, and he wanted to be a border patrol agent. I have no idea. Like, maybe that's like, see, this is why I think the people that have been like, they've suffered mentally a lot, emotionally a lot, physically a lot. And I can see why some people would say, hey, I would rather join the oppressing group as a way to like deal with trauma, but it's not the correct way to deal with trauma. You know what I mean? It's kind of like re-traumatizing yourself, but trying to do so in a way that you're empowered, or you convince yourself that you're empowered. And that's not real empowerment. There was a case that came to trial. Yeah, maladapted, exactly. There was a case that went to trial at the beginning of the year because there was a CBP agent who decided to do vigilante justice against undocumented workers who he felt were sex. Exactly. I mean, and I know that other people of color, like I know like if Zara is still in the chat, etc., like the way how white people view me when I'm outside, when I'm like in the store, like they think I'm a thief, they think I'm, all of these horrible things, right? Like they just like, if a white boy walks past them, they don't go and rush to get their purse and put it like this up against them because they're afraid I'm gonna steal something from their nasty ass purse. Like, I don't want your nasty ass Michael Kors purse, okay? I don't want that. Like, ain't nobody want that. That's the reason why they sell it at Dollar General. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I still do that all the time. Little versions of the big trauma, exactly. And like, there has been studies done on people who, particularly when they're doing dialectical, instead of oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, let me know when they're done. Well, I guess a lot of people here are still having to deal with ads, I suppose. But, no, yeah, it's just disgusting. Just absolutely disgusting. But again, like, when they do dialectical behavioral therapy, which, I mean, it is seen as a valid form of therapy, but make sure to take your meds, by the way. Med check, please. But yeah, like, one of the aspects that I hate most is, again, the belief, like, white people already think that people of color have this, like, innate criminality. And, oh, adds them good, perfect. So what I was saying, yes, of course, of course. Good, I'm glad you guys are back. So, what I was saying was, white people already have this vision of, this view of people of color as being, like, innately drawn to criminality, right? Like, again, I say this because it happens every day. Like, every time I go to the grocery store, people act like I'm gonna, like, steal from them, from their carts, or from their, their nasty ass purse, right? And again, like I said, I don't want your Dollar General, Michael Kors purse. I don't want it. Okay? I don't want it. But they still react this way, and I know they react the same way with black people as well, right? With the recoil, right? I don't want your boobs, sweats, bills, but yeah, exactly. And it's like, it's like, again, like, even when I've gone with, like, an ex of mine who was Afro-Cuban, so I mean, he was black, like, both of us together made people freak out, like they wouldn't trust us with, like, even, like, white friends that we had wouldn't trust us, like, being alone in their own house, because they're like, oh yeah, well, Shakespeare's brown, X is, black, so, of course they want to steal everything in our house. Like, no, you haven't, like, I mean, the decor's nice, but it's nothing, I mean, it's not worth writing home about, like, but it just kind of shows that, like, racism exists in so many ways. But again, the equating, or the equivocation between criminality and being a person of color is something that's just ridiculous. But it happens all the time, that recoil, as you said. And so, yeah, that's something that, is a very basic thing that white people just don't understand. Because I've literally been told by white people, like, oh, they're just doing that because they need their purse. Like, they cannot see how this action is a reaction to just seeing me, right? Like, or people that will cross the street, right? Like, they don't want to even walk on the same sidewalk as me, right? So, I mean, again, like I said, it happens all the time. So it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all that happens, And so, what do you do? The only thing you can do, is fight racism as one can, right? So, let's see here.
Really big issues in this state. I'm a third grade teacher, and our schools lack adequate funding right now. We are suffering from so many different things in this state, and to be focusing on something that would very specifically harm transgender kids when they represent such a small portion of our population, as a Texan, it just really hurts my heart to see, and so I just came here to say that.
Okay, so Vice Chair Johnson.
Agreed. Well said. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Is there a Connie Lingus here? What about Anita Dickenme? Or Holden Middick? Okay. Are any three of those people here? All right.
Oh my gosh, it's so sophomoric, but it's still just hilarious. Like, hold my dick. Oh gosh, that's good. It's basic, but it's so good. Like, that's why it's just so good. Oh my gosh, that was funny. Yeah, got him. Anita dicking me. Yeah, I was like. Oh gosh, is there an Anita dicking me? Right, Phoenix Dragon? Yeah, Amazing. That was great. Like 5 or so years ago, my husband and I had a really eye-opening experience when taking our friend from Odessa. Oh, I've been to Odessa, to Austin. Oh, I mean, I've also been to Austin too. Because I already told you where I used to live in Texas, so. To pick up a truck. Our friend is black, and the cop refused to believe us that we would drive our friend to Austin out of kindness. He split us all up and questioned us all, thinking that we were moving drugs. We didn't want our friend riding in his motorcycle on dangerous highways in the middle of the night. Yeah, like, I have a similar story where there was some family friends that we had, and the husband, it was a mixed race couple, right? The husband was white, the wife was black, and, whatever. But one day, they were in the car, and the husband, I think the wife was in the passenger, riding shotgun with, I think one of her sisters, and they were driving to go get, they were going to go to some restaurant, right? And the police stops them because they see a car full of black people, and they felt the need to stop them, essentially. And so when they stop them, right, they walk up to the car, and when they see the husband who's white, they're like, "Are you okay?" Right? Like, they start to, ask if he needs help. Like, "Oh, are they kidnapping you? Are they, they try to take him out and, oh, don't worry, you're safe now. Like, are they doing something to you?" You know what? It was beyond. I'm just like, come on. Come on. There's no way that. It's just. I hate when that stuff happens, and yet people are like, why is it that you get mad when people are, I was so adamant that the cop was that people just don't do that. Like, what the F they should, because this is what friends do. Exactly. I mean, again, this happened to me once, too, where they literally put me, a child, in a holding cell, right? And it literally had, the, FBI's most wanted list or whatever, with, back in the day, Osama bin Laden and shit. And I'm just thinking, what did I do? I'm just a small, Mexican kid. There's literally nothing I could have done, right? I'm just here, yeah. And so, again, these things traumatize you. Being put in a holding cell where they're, talking about, terrorism, right, and all of this stuff is, and you're, 8 years old or whatever, it's that sticks with you, right? Especially when they're interrogating you for no reason, and because again it's within 100 miles of the Mexico-U.S. border, you have no 4th, 5th, or 6th Amendment rights. So it makes it even more difficult to really I've been finding that on my campus this year. Yeah, I mean, the adultification of children of color is a huge. Exactly. I mean, I was literally a child. There was nothing I could have done. And yet, they felt the need to do that to me, right? To put me in a holding cell for who knows how long. Just for me to be, essentially have an anxiety attack. Which, again, this goes back to this book that I mentioned, right? Border Surveillances, right? That if you're trans or if, other things, but also if you have, anxiety, depression, right, or whatever, and you say you have a panic attack or a big anxiety, a big anxious episode, right, or even a depressive episode, they will use that as a sign of criminality, right? They will say, oh, they're having this panic attack because they're a criminal. Right, it's not they don't need assistance. This is essentially them trying to be violent. Because again, when you're in those states, you're very, you're very irritable, right? You don't want people to touch you, things like that. And what do cops want to do? They want to put your hands behind your back and put handcuffs on you, and when you're having an anxiety attack, you don't want to be touched. You don't want to be, you know. People think panic disorder must be linked to guilt because they're models of mental... Exactly. Yes. That's a very good point, Three Ghost. Very good point. I mean, again, this is why it's like... This is why I keep telling people, do not clinicize things like transness or other things like that, because that's not how it works, right? It's the same thing like race. Like, literally, like, in my own research, I mean, there's even a book right here, which actually, Miss Frizzle, it actually might benefit for you to read this book too. It's called The Language of Blood, The Making a Spanish American Identity in New Mexico. And it talks about, I mean, it does talk about Texas too, obviously, because New Mexico is right there. But it essentially talks about the relationship between Anglos and Hispanos in the Southwest, particularly in. And The Language of Blood comes into this, where the Anglos want to biologize everything, right? They want to medicalize, clinicize, biomedicalize everything, and that's part of the colonial process. Like, literally, like, there's actually a piece by Walter Raleigh. Maybe I could find it. Maybe it's in one of my anthologies that I have here. But yeah, of course, and also just putting this out there. If you would like to help me with my research, you can always contribute by helping me get a book on Throne, because, you know, that's how I need to do my research. Let's see here. I have a student who is constantly nitpicked and held to a way higher standard and always getting referrals for shit that teachers would laugh at from other kids. He got written up for annoying his teacher, then laughed telling him he loved him. Like, what? That's weird. That's really weird. Sorry, this is also something too, like, if you're in graduate school, I'm just going to take from that, and this needs to be said, is that, you know, hi Adadak, how are you? It's so good to see you. So glad you made it to the stream today. Is that, you know, some people who are doing their PhDs or whatever, you know, they might have, like, there was an article called "My Dissertation or My Grad Director Was My Abuser." All right, it happens so much where people feel like, because we're told. I mean, this is something that, like, I was told when I was doing my graduate, even before I started my graduate. Years and years ago, when I was still an undergrad, that, like, you choose who you want to work with, and you essentially have to make them your best friend, do whatever they want, right? Because otherwise they will ruin your career, right? Like, that's a very common way of thinking of it. Like, if you don't do what the people who will essentially grant you, right, that will give you the blessing, so to speak, of becoming a doctor, right, of getting a doctorate, then you've messed up. You know, you've ruined everything, and you've burned the bridge on your way for a career, right? Like, there's a lot of this stress that's put on PhD students. Literally, like, my first class when I started my PhD, and then again, this is a long time ago, but I do know they still have this class, and it's still taught much the same way. Just the professor, is no longer there, obviously. It was years ago. Is that they literally tell you, like, you're never gonna get a job. It's best if you just quit now. And literally will be like, it's probably best if you quit now. In fact, if you get anything less than X grade, like an A-, just quit. And then that professor specifically gives grades below that line to everybody, to literally try to get as many people to quit as possible. And that's seen as okay. Because then it's less people they have to give stipends to, right? Less people they have to give scholarships to, right? Like, if they just give it up, then they don't care, right? But again, having an abusive director or advisor I hate when people blame the victims, like, oh, well, you should have known earlier. Again, like, you are put in such a stressful position as a graduate student, right? Like, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, yeah, having an abusive advisor in undergrad, I mean, like, and sometimes you don't even realize it until after, right? Like, it's not as though, oh, just because they're professors and they've gone through these trainings about diversity and ethics, that suddenly they're these wonderful people. No, like, they're just people, right? And they can do things that are wrong. And those things that are wrong, if they commit them against you, they shouldn't be held against, and because, like, I know some people who, like, left the PhD program, well, one of the PhD programs where I did my graduate studies, and they went to another one. They were much happier there. But then there were other people who, stayed on, and they stayed with, again, an abusive advisor, and, their mental health suffered. And then when they did change advisors, then the new advisor was kind of like, oh, well, since you weren't my advisee earlier, and it's like, I understand on one hand that they're saying, like, oh, you could have already have learned this, but another thing is, like, I was being abused, right? Especially because, again, especially if you're a young grad student, you're very impressionable, you're very, and everything, and everyone's telling you you're gonna fail, right? Like, you're never gonna get a job, you're never gonna do anything, you're never gonna blah blah blah, you probably aren't gonna finish your PhD, like, literally everything is against you. And yet at the end, they try to claim some credit, like, oh, if it wasn't for me. So, again, I say, if you have an abusive advisor, if you think that that your advisor is being abusive, honestly, the best thing to do is to talk to someone, because chances are they are being, especially if they're white cis men, and they have tenure. Like, once they have that, I mean, I've known professors at other institutions here in California that, like, literally once they hit tenure, they literally do nothing else for the rest of their lives. They just sit around, just loaf around and do nothing. So, right, and me being autistic, having meltdowns in front of cops, getting me 5150. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, yeah. And I hate when people, even that are friends or family, start to be like, do you want me to take you to the hospital? No, I don't want to be sent to the hospital. Like, that's the exact opposite. Like, if you want to make me feel better, don't bring up the hospital, okay? Like, instead, try to help me feel safe in this situation, not let me send you to the to the meat grinder, so to speak. Well, I'm white, but people my age at the time, yeah, I get that. Finally told him the other day that I can see people treat him differently because of how he looks, and he said that it's the first time anyone has said that out loud and made him connected. Yeah. I mean, look, this is the same way, like, it is with abusive advisors, and all of this stuff is, like, some of them are racist. There was one, I want to say it's at the Cal State San Francisco, but I can't be sure. I can't remember, but it's somewhere in the Bay Area. It might be Cal State San Jose or whatever it's called. The Cal State one, which is the largest college system in the U.S., if not the world. Essentially, they had a professor that was in sociology, but, like, people that did, like, cultural history, like me, they would, they might have them as a second reader or a third reader for their dissertation, whatever. Some people put them as the, but there was this one person who literally brought up the idea of, and content warning, right, of R, rhymes with grape culture, right? And that professor literally denied that it existed. So this person was thinking of making them their primary director, And in their discussion to try to ask them to become their director, they said that it didn't exist. There's no such thing as a culture of that kind in the United States or in universities or whatever. And they're supposed to be like the supposed like, oh, the SJW leftist professor. This is why that article I read once on stream in defense of leftist professors is talking about how like most professors aren't leftists, right? They're liberals at best. Sometimes they can be rad libs, maybe a sock dem or two, but most of the professors that are leftist either don't get jobs that are permanent, especially if they find out that they're leftist and they are trying to do something like unionize the workplace, then they won't hire them. Another things, right? Like, it's okay. Oh, okay, you just woke up. Good. I'm glad to hear that. You don't have to read all my messages. No, I mean, I like chatting, stopping to chat. The kid likes to go to goof around, but he always does his work and he's super smart. But he is a big kid and he has tattoos at a young age and he gets them treated based on people's assumption of him. Other white kids that look more their age. Yeah, I always hated that. Because when I was young, I started to be able to grow facial hair very quickly. You know, my Jewish genes, so to speak, showed up. And I hated it because on one hand, it drew attention to me at a time when I was already starting to feel very dysphoric, right? Like I'll let it grow out, but once it gets to a certain size, like then I start to feel very dysphoric, right? And a lot of it has to do with the trauma of back then, because again, like you're forced to go through this puberty. Because I didn't even know about hormone blockers, right? Like because I lived in two communities, this intersection that are both conservative, or at least have conservative elements to them, right? The Orthodox Jewish community and then the Mexican immigrant community. So there's a stigma on both sides that there was for that. Like, anyway. So yeah, but also because I was able to grow facial hair, because I was able to have a beard at whatever age I had it at, 15, whatever. People would just assume that I'm much older, and would try to hold me responsible for things I didn't even do. But just because I was in the vicinity, it's like, oh well, you're this older Mexican dude, right, so to speak, right? Which I'm not a dude, so just to make that very clear. But that's what they would say. It's like, oh, well, you're this Mexican, man. And it's like, no, I'm not. It's like, I'm younger than those guys. It's just that they're blonde hair, blue-eyed twinks. And you think that they're, they're like innocent cherubs, fallen from heaven. And you think that I just, I'm Mephistopheles, right? Hell is wherever I am, right? Essentially. I mean, that literally was the case. Like, it's like if you weren't like a white, light-haired twink, right, with light brown hair, light-colored eyes, whatever, and, if you didn't have that look, like, you weren't seen as a child. You were seen as an adult, and that happened with my friends, and even, again, my ex at the time was also Mexican, and same thing too. Like, even though he couldn't grow facial hair the same way that I could, he still had a mustache. And people would still act like he was an adult, even in classes. Like, they would act like he had to be held to I'm used to being held to an impossible standard. In fact, that's how I feel all the time. All right, an impossible standard. For each intersection of my identity. Like, in the Jewish world, my Mexicanness stops people from seeing me as able to be fully Jewish, right? And what I mean by that is that, like, the Ashkenazi, that's the kind of hegemony that Ashkenazis have in the United States, already don't see Sephardic traditions as very important, let alone traditions that come from Latin America. So, there's that. And then because Ashkenazi Jews have been assimilated into whiteness, having a Mexican Jew means you have a non-white Jew. So that kind of bothers their little self, their own ethnogenesis story that they make up for themselves, right? And then another thing too is that, again, being queer, right, being non-binary, being trans, all these things, they all intersect, but it always makes it so that I'm held to a much more higher standard, and if I do anything wrong, they will call me out on it like that. It's never going to be for anything bad. Even if it's the other person's fault, I have to be held accountable for it. Why? Who knows? Why do I have to be held accountable for someone else's actions? God only knows. I honestly don't know. It's happened multiple times where someone else does, well, what did you do to provoke them? I didn't do anything, literally blaming the victims. The blatant withholding of opportunities from young women in animal science is because of the assumption she's going to get married, have kids, and feel, I fucking hate that. I know, there are so many experiences like that where it's oh, well, I mean, and it mirrors the kind of manosphere rhetoric of women are walking wombs, right? Where that's oh, well, that's all she is anyway. Now she has this fancy degree that's gonna make her, attractive on the love market or whatever, and then she's gonna get pregnant and then just settle into her new role as a stay-at-home mom. It's what are you talking about? Some of the greatest scientists and archaeologists, historians have been women, and some of them even did raise their kids, right? Which is, sad in the sense that they were given no help, right? I don't like those stories of oh, they beat all of the odds. That should not be something we aspire to. Society should not be that way in the first place. If you want to have children, that shouldn't detract from you being a professional, from being an academic, from being whatever it might be. It just doesn't make sense. Unremarkably similar to my experience with some bosses and soft denial and high corporate, they gaslight you. Then they're this is why we can't give you the opportunity because you upset. Yeah. In academia, it's all about keeping everyone on their good side. Oh, they like you, so don't fuck it up. But it's you don't know how you could fuck it up, right? You don't know, right? How am I supposed to know what's gonna be, what is gonna make them angry at me or make them not want to help me? I don't know. I can't tell that. I can't just divine that, I'm not the fucking oracle at Delphi, right? All part of the same power. Yeah. How long can it take to take tenure? So the way how tenure works is, so there are different grades of professors, right? And so there's adjuncts, those are not tenure track. There are career track, those are not tenure track either. Tenure track means that you are research focused, and it also means that you begin off as an assistant professor. That's the lowest type of professor in the tenure track system. You have 6 years to complete the checklist of things that you will then turn in to the tenure committee, which will be consistent of your peers. And one of those things will be, and typically it's been, to have written at least one book or published one book. But I've heard, and this actually happened to an advisor of mine before, my undergraduate advisor, where for her, they made her publish 2 books, which was, they had never done that for anybody else. They only did that to try to make it so that she couldn't get tenure. But she got it, so it doesn't really matter. she was able to write the 2 books, but again, it's not something we should aspire to. Like, oh, I can outwork what the barriers that they put in front of me, right? That's not what you want. So you turn in all of these things, you're teaching stuff, you also have to do community service, like give public lectures or do stuff in the community, etc. And the percentages are different in different institutions. Like some places it's 60% research, so you teach a lighter class load. So you teach maybe like a 3-2 or a 2-1, which is like, the 2-1 is seen as like the ideal. You teach 2 classes in the fall, 1 class in the spring. That way you can dedicate most of your time to research, because that's what being at a research institution in R1 in particular cares about, is research. So then if you get tenure, again, so you put this before a committee, they look at it, and then they decide if they think that you fit, one, in the department as faculty, and 2, if they think that what you've produced and the stuff you've done is of enough academic rigor that then they can approve you for tenure. And if they approve you for tenure, then you become an associate professor. And then this process takes 6 years, because you have to write a book, so they have to give you some time to do that. Now they're kind of changing the rules a little bit, where they're allowing like articles to be counted, but that's very new. Like, that's not universal. It's still the book. Like, if you don't write a monograph, the chances of you getting tenure are slim to none still. The places that do offer articles, I mean, that's great, but you still have to get published in like the best journals in your discipline. It can't be like, oh, I published 100 whatever book reviews, because book reviews don't even really count, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, then the last thing you can apply for, the last thing you can do is become a full professor. And that's something that takes, again, another length of time, another committee, and then you can become a full professor. And almost all the full professors I know, the ones that I've known, like at the department I did my undergraduate studies at, I like literally never saw them teach a class ever. Like, ever. Like, they were always doing research or something else, but I never saw them teach. And then, of course, with the adjunctification or the precarity that's been injected into the education system, particularly higher education, is they'll just hire, they'll just hire people for adjuncts, right? Because adjuncts just get paid a one lump sum that is just a certain amount based on credit hours. So it's not like a large amount. It's like $2,500, but that's for you teaching an entire course. And that's not every week or every month. That's once. So people have to adjunct at many places, and you get no benefits, no job security, nothing. I adjunct. I'm just gonna, That's why, like, when I say, like, hey, if you want to help me with my research, or you want to support me, it's like, I really mean it, it's not like, oh, I can just, But anyway, also advisors send students to work under known abusers. Yep, that's completely true. Like, they will know. Like, they know. A lot of them, they know what they do. But they're like, oh, blah, 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 they're so great at being, because, like, one of my advisors, my first advisor when I was doing my PhD, my PhD, literally was just, like, didn't give a fuck about me. Literally was like, yeah, I don't care if you die. I mean, that's the way how it felt. Like, literally just didn't care. But everyone was like, you should stay with him because he's the guy that wrote the book, so to speak. And you're conditioned, even in undergrad and in grad school, to be like, these people are like gods, essentially. You can't dissent from them. You can't, anger them. Because if not, then they're going to go behind your back and tell all your possible employers how horrific you are. Which I'm like, are you serious? But it is true. It does happen, right? I've seen that happen where like, oh, if you fuck it up, right, with the wrong people in your discipline, you know, then if they know that you're trying to get a job here or there, you know, and they have a friend in that department, they'll be like, oh, I don't think you should have them. I think to me that's wrong, but again, I also believe in the, you know, the USSR's, like early USSR's method of, you know, guaranteeing work for everybody in their chosen field of expertise, right? And if they want to change expertise, providing the education to do that, etc. You know, like they didn't have adjuncts in the Soviet Union. Like if you were a professor, you were a professor. Like that was a value in and of itself. In America, it's not like that. Like it's essentially a weird. I mean, it's like a caste system, I guess one could say. Because as soon as you get to the highest levels of professorships, they're all white. Like 99% white. Adjuncts, though, a lot of them are people of color. You know, so academia, oh, it's the leftist place. I've yet to see it. My advisor sent a team of girls who work under a stock show admin that had a reputation for SA that apparently everyone else in the industry knew except for us. Yeah, I remember hearing one of my friends, the one that moved institutions. The department, right? Like when they reported what happened, the person that was the chair at the time, they were like interim chair, said, "Oh yeah, we know that he does this." And you just let him do it, you know, like. And they were the ones who actually said, like, "Oh yeah, you should form a committee with this person." So, okay, I'll be right back. I have to go take a call, but I'll be right back. Okay, let's transition back. So let's keep going through the questions here. All of my professors were outspoken conservatives. I mean, like the head of the department that I did my undergraduate in literally was a member of Opus Dei. Like the fascist loving right-wing fascist organization, that one. So this whole thing that like, oh, the social sciences or whatever, they're all woke, it's like that's a complete lie. Like there might be one professor somewhere that is like barely, that's like a dumb liberal, fine, but leftist professors, like I've never met one. The head of our repro department was a raging pro-lifer. I mean, again, like I said, Opus Dei, and like when they actually created, so this is called lines, when they're looking for someone to do that, right? They call jobs lines. That's what they're called, and there we go. They're called lines. And the dean has to approve them. So I know I'm not like now I'm going into like what is academia like? It's an absolute shit show. So when they do that, they have to create a rubric of what they want from a person, right? And this person would put like they wanted them to be like a religious like they wanted them to be focused on religion, which is something that that the department wasn't really like there already was a biblical studies department, but they essentially they used that as a way to say we want Christians, like overt Christians, to be in the department instead of anybody else, right? So yeah, it's a lot to do after an unwanted puberty, but like again, in both communities, the idea of transgender, being transgender, like they don't know anything. Like, and that's the worst part about it. Like that's why I've made it something important to talk about, right? Like, hey, I know, like with people I know that are also, that are questioning or etc., right? That are eggs, I guess one could say. To provide that support for them and tell them like, hey, you can go here and you could, because I didn't have that growing up. In fact, quite the opposite, because remember, I ended up going to yeshiva, a Hasidic Jew, where everything is binary and everything is divided. Like literally, no females are allowed to enter the school or the yeshiva grounds, like, unless it's like for specific reasons and they have to be married. So, complaining to my older cousin about a friend who was borderline abusive, his response, maybe he's just trying to toughen you up because you're so sensitive. Oh yeah, like that's all fucking bullshit. Like everyone who took the like, oh, he's just trying to prepare you for the way how the job market is. No, that's not how it is. Like I shouldn't have to be abused to get a job. Like if that's the way how academia works, I think there's a problem with academia, not me. You know what I mean? Like, and these are the people that like are like, oh, they're leftist, they're all, where? I mean, they're literally okay with abuse on many levels. I remember TV shows that paint abusive behavior from lecturers as being admirable, a sort of go away, we don't like you thing. Like they're getting rid of students they don't really want to be there. Yes, and there's actually so it's funny you bring that up, because someone told me to watch this movie that has what's his name, Adrian Brody in it, where he's like this like really how should I put it, like a really, I almost want to say edgy, but I don't know if that's quite the word. Anyway, this like this type of teacher, right, where he puts his back against the whiteboard and he's all like, oh, blah blah blah, like, I don't care what you say, you can just, like that, like very confrontational and like stuff you can't actually do, right, unless you're like some white dude like Adrian Brody. So but yeah, like they like to pass that off as like, oh yeah, that's such a good teacher. No, it's fucking not. Like, those are the worst teachers. Like, those are the classes that I would drop out of. Like, I would just leave. I'm like, I'm not going to be in this fucking class. And TV in general, normalizing coworker, power dynamic. Oh, yeah, I fucking hate that. Hate it. Where they're like, oh, it's totally normal to have a boss that, like, wants to make sure that you're constantly, in contact. Like, no. Childcare, though. Yeah, exactly. This is something that is, like, so important, but they like to use it against women, right? And against all people who give birth, right? That they are somehow hindered by the fact that they can possibly have a child. Therefore, they should be disqualified because of that. Like, first, and then these are also people that are like, oh, you have to protect, you know what I mean? So that's kind of the problem. Military ads? Oof, that's not good. And they're so cheesy. Yeah, they're really bad. And if you piss off Alan Dershowitz, then God help. Alan Dershowitz. I like how, one thing is, at least Alan Dershowitz took off the mask of trying to be like the like moderate type, right? When he went full on like, I will defend all the fascists, right? Like, I am the greatest fascist defender in American history. Like, does he think that I'm gonna give him a prize or something? Like, no, defending fascists doesn't win points with me. Yes, healthcare, please. Yeah, I mean, like, again, like, this is why, like, and I've already mentioned this before. Medicare Part D is funded in perpetuity, right? And adjusted with inflation in perpetuity. They could expand that to all of Social Security and to all Medicare and give everybody that. All Congress has to do is pass that law that says that it will be funded. That's all they have to do, and then it will be funded. Like, that's all they have to do. Like, this belief that, oh, well, we have to raise taxes. You don't have to raise taxes. If Congress, with the power of purse, directs money towards something, as we've seen them direct it to endless wars, and now they want to start war with Mexico, of all places, literally a neutral country, then it, there's an aspect where, how should I put it? Where, again, like, they really just don't give a fuck about us, right? Like they want us to suffer as much as possible, because then that makes us more amenable to taking the worst, employment situation, the worst living situation, etc. And again, this is why, like, the people that say that it's wrong when people saying, and I've met a lot of people who claim to be Marxist-Leninists. However, they've never read Lenin when he writes that, you have the winning, even if it's in bourgeois elections, but winning successes are useful, right? Like, are important for bringing on a socialist revolution and actually getting there. Like, the abolition of slavery in Cuba was something positive, right? Even though it happened under a bourgeois government or, a colonial government, right? And then, it becoming a bourgeois government or whatever, like, those, all the little wins that you can have along the way are important. Immiserating ourselves isn't going to help us. That's literally what capitalists want. They want us to immiserate ourselves because that benefits them. And no place has ever, no experiment in socialism has ever done, has ever worked where they make conditions worse, right? Like, the whole point is to make them better, even if that means doing stuff within a bourgeois democracy, if you're able to, right? In America, it's a bit different, right? I would say that bourgeois democracy in America is kind of like its own monster. But yeah, like getting universal health care is positive. The people that say that they're communists and say, oh no, it should be good. It's good because then it makes people upset. It's like, yes, it makes people upset, but that's also what makes them become reactionaries. The whole point is to make the conditions where then the reactionary takes, well, I'll put it like that, are no longer able to be backed by these aspects, and they don't understand that. It's like Lenin got this over 100 years ago, like 60-year-old men out here sending 19-year-old girls to where they know I mean, again, yeah, they're like, yeah, like my first advisor was like a 60-year-old man, if not older, and I was really young, and did whatever they said. I'll just put it like that. That's all I'm going to say about that. Just so you know, this person I have in my class is the literal devil, and if you let them work for your organization, they'll have all your pets for dinner. I mean, look, I know that you're joking, Adadak, but you won't believe the shit that people will say to make sure that the people they don't like don't get jobs that they otherwise would get. And with grad students, it's even worse because, again, it's not like we're guaranteed a job. Instead, we're told you're never going to get one, right? You're never going to get one. You should leave. Constantly being told, just leave, just leave, just leave, just leave. And then you're working whilst doing this. Sometimes you're adjuncting, or sometimes you're TAing if you're doing a PhD program. And then what do? Then they want to hire you as an instructor, right? Which is a 5-5 class, which is the highest possible of university classes, teaching 5 each semester, and they can all be different classes. So you have to have 5 prep periods, but usually it's 1 or 2 prep periods that you get, which is literally like the only respite you will have, because if you do that every year, you have to renew your contract. So it's as precarious as could be, and it's based off of things like what your students think about you. So again, like, I don't think 18-year-olds, right, and because they make you teach like the lowest classes, like History 101, right, which is U.S. history, when History 102 is U.S. history after the Civil War, but anyway. Well, at least in some colleges. But, is that, then, again, you're literally asking 18-year-olds to rate you, right? Like, rate my setup, but in this case, rate my teaching, and they're going to use that in their discernment as to whether you deserve to be there for another year or not. Again, overworked, underpaid, no benefits. Or if they do give you benefits, they're like the minimum. So, I don't know. Sometimes I think Stream Elements is doing it just to be a bully. Yeah, I could see that too. Oh, the white teacher that saves the inner... Oh, yeah, I fucking hate that. Like, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happens in that... well, part of it, because, like, the first confrontation that happens with the Adrian Brody character is literally with a young black guy that's in his class, right? Like a young black, teenager that, again, they... Like, the stuff they make him say doesn't even really make sense, but it makes sense because they need the white savior figure, right? The teacher to look like, oh, well, if you're over here smart-mouthing me, like, like, it's bullshit. Oh, hello, Salcom. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for making it to the stream today. Right now we're talking about academia, so... I remember that one movie where she turns the kids' lives around with Bob Dylan. The teacher it was loosely based on was horrified about the white savior thing, and said that she used hip hop lyrics, not Dylan. Is that no, I can't remember the movie name. I'm thinking of the movie Freedom Riders. Capitalists want us to marginalize ourselves by giving up the system, giving up on the system. They don't want us to think of using the system as just one of the many tools to achieve our goals, right? Which is important to recognize. It's what you just said, Adak, is important, because the capitalists, the bourgeoisie, use the tools of feudalism in order to overthrow feudalism, right? Like that's the thing. Like, and the same thing with capitalism is you have to use the tools that are already in capitalism to overthrow it, because there is no socialist country, like, in the sense of like a space that is completely devoid of capitalism, is what I mean, right, on the planet, right? So the requirement of conformity is inherently exclusive by design. Oh yeah, of course. So again, this is why I think that a lot of this stuff could be I don't want to say regular, it is kind of relegated in this way, I suppose, but anyway, let's see here. Oh yeah, okay.
Lay the argument out.
Okay, so I want to watch this just because I know that people said in Polly's chat that he's like a little bit boring, and I'm not saying that he's not, but I think to me this is just showing how, like, how crackpot all of this stuff has become, right? Like, I think we've reached a new stage of something. When it comes to Donald Trump, of course. So we're going to go to this one here, and then go to, see, can you guys see it? Wait, why is it not? Oh, there we go. There is a couple on my campus who give major white savior vibes, and they're also the ones who have screamed in the hallway that at one student I was talking about earlier that got nitpicked. But her and her husband always talk so much about being mentors to tough kids. You don't mentor kids by screaming at them. Like, I would never yell at my students, and I would never want to be yelled at by a teacher. I think, to me, like, if that's the way how you are doing whatever you're trying to do, you're failing at whatever you're trying to do, because it's the same way about humor, right? I feel the same way. It's like, if the only way for you to be funny is for you to literally yell at the top of your lungs, then you're not funny, right? Like, I just don't find that funny. I don't care if other people laugh. A lot of times people laugh just because they think they're the expectation to laugh, but yeah, like, don't yell at anybody. Like, if you want to yell, get one of those things that that send the sound back to you. Like, yeah, toughen them up. You mean trigger them? Yeah, exactly. And that's what happened to me, because, again, like, if you're in a school that, like, if you happen to go to a school that's like overly white, right, like essentially 90% white or whatever, and you're there, they will try to trigger you to shut up and shut down, and make you feel bad about yourself for being different. Like, oh, you're not like, oh, like this dude from the football team, and you're not like this, yeah. it is disappointing, but I don't know. I don't know what to do, honestly. I wish I did.
Trump, the Son of Man, the Christ. So I bought the book. This is passed out at Trump rallies, FYI. To understand what their argument is, first we have to talk about who the Son of Man is. Let me lay the argument out. Here's where it starts.
Yeah.
Let's just start from the beginning. This is Shane Vaughn. He's a televangelist, and he is one of the leaders of the Trump cult, the new Trump religion that exists. This is an entirely new religion we're dealing with now. Listen to him explain part of the theology of this new religion.
And he wrote down, we are going, he wrote a course, to New Israel.
Talking about the Founding Fathers.
New Israel, New Israel. And when they came off the ship, they didn't plant an American flag. They planted the Christian flag. On the soil they dedicated, George Washington knelt and prayed, dedicated America where the Twin Towers stand or stood.
What? Okay, I'm sorry. This is like a complete change. I guess that's my version of thoughts and prayers. Yeah, no. Another teacher told me she saw the same lady basically berating one of her husband's students for him in the hallway after she pulled him out of the class for misbehaving. And they're also like barely lib, and she takes certain criticism as they just hate liberals. Yeah, I hate that too, where they're like, exactly as you put it, barely liberals. And that there are a lot of people, especially online, you know, because we inhabit this online space, that are the barely liberals. Like, come on. Like, you're not a liberal, you know, just like, or rather I should say, they don't want to admit that liberalism is right-wing, right? They want it to still be the left-wing thing it was in 1789, or, you know, in John Locke, you know, in 1640-something, 48, you know, in that time period. But it's not a progressive force now. So, you know, it's the exact opposite. So, like, the people that try to play this, like, fake liberal thing, again, it's just pure coping. It's just pure coping that they just don't want to be out and out, you know, conservatives, because conservatism for them means that some parts of their lifestyle or, you know, again, I'm talking about white people, like, certain aspects of themselves would be judged, right? And so, yeah. Yeah, it's walking on eggshells. I mean, it's walking on hot coals sometimes. That's what it sounds like.
That's where America...
But also, going back to this video, the pilgrims that came over on the Mayflower didn't even land in Plymouth Rock first. They landed in Provincetown, which is actually the gayest, if at least that's how the news article put it, the gayest zip code in the United States. So, you know, that's where they actually landed first. Then they went to Plymouth, and then, you know, colonized. And I don't know what they're talking about George Washington planting a Christian flag. Like, he wasn't there when the Pilgrims were there. He was like centuries later. Yeah, let's go. Let's get puritanical. Yeah, like, this is just ridiculous. Like, George Washington lived, you know, like in the late 18th century. The Pilgrims came in the 17th century. So, like, literally like a century before. Like, it doesn't, and right where the Twin Towers stood, as if they would have known that. Like, okay.
Came into covenant with Yahweh, with God, was where the Twin Towers stand.
Wow.
Now, of course, none of that's true, but it is fundamental to their theology. They have to believe.
Okay, like, why does it have to be at the Twin Towers, right? They don't know time. Yeah, they never know time, because they just make it all like, yes, Donald Trump existed, you know, pre-existed Jesus. And, you know, he was right there on the site where the Twin Towers would be built. And that's where he laid out the initial plans of Mar-a-Lago, which is the portal which all the angels let you go through to go to heaven. Like, I'm pretty sure there's someone that they actually believes that, which is actually kind of sad.
Believe that this is true. They have to. This is part of the theology, okay? There's a brand new religion. And when I say religion, I don't mean denomination. I'll leave this up to you. You decide if this is a denomination or not. These people believe that Donald Trump is the new Messiah. I'm going to talk about exactly what that means, but is Christianity a denomination of Judaism? Is Islam a denomination of Judaism? I would argue that they are their own brand new religions. And
I mean, they are their own brand new religions because, again, like I've mentioned before, if I had to compare, like, again, I studied comparative religion. I technically, I've studied Judaism my whole life, by definition, right? By being Jewish and being Orthodox for a while, for a long time. But the religion that most resembles of the two other big Abrahamic faiths, Islam is much more closer to Judaism than Christianity. It's just completely because, once it left the sort of like Eastern Mediterranean region, right? Because the first texts that were ever found that were essentially Christian texts were first found in Greek Syrian communities, so not even in Palestine, like in Syria, which is to the northeast of current day Palestine, and it was found like over 100 years after. Regardless, and they were all written in Greek. None of the New Testament was ever written in Hebrew. None of it was ever written in Hebrew. So, just to be clear, right? George Washington, really gross dude that used technical loopholes to keep his workers enslaved in a state that put a time limit on slavery. And not only that, but he literally never won a single battle. Like, he lost every fucking battle he ever... Like, this thing that he's like, he's this wonderful... It's kind of like what they do with Hitler. I mean, I don't mean to compare the two, but in a way they actually kind of are very much alike. Genocidal racists, slave drivers. But, like, people will... Like, the people that are, like, Nazi lovers, right? It's like they believe the propaganda that the Nazis made about themselves. Like, they like to say, we can see through and know what's true. But literally, like, why Hitler was able to serve in the German army is literally because of an oversight, of a bookkeeping oversight. Because he technically had to be deported, right? But because, he had been living in Munich and blah, 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 they just said, okay, fine, because it was, time for conscription. But he actually had to go to Austria to go, he actually broke the law, and didn't fight for his country. He fought for Germany instead. And anyway, of course, the nation that he believed. Yes, technically, yes, he was. He went there and he was an Austrian citizen. He never had German citizenship. It wasn't until after. In fact, that's the reason why. I mean, if you want to call it that, right? I don't really like using those terms because they're used against me. But yes, in that sense, yes, And then also he was living off and this whole thing that he rose from nothing. I mean, his father moved around a lot. Moved around Austria, Lower Austria, and Upper Austria, where Brunau is, to Linz, and he got sent to schools, but he just, yeah, I mean, I understand what you mean though, but he literally failed high school. He literally was a high school again. Dropouts are not bad, but Hitler being a dropout, that's bad, right? Like this whole thing that he's he's so intelligent and blah blah blah. It's literally the only thing that he ever got good grades on was PE. I'm not even joking. And then again, I've already said, he had to beg to get the Iron Cross first class. Because he did earn the first time the Iron Cross second class, but he literally had to pester his Jewish superior, who then at one point said, "Fine, we'll give it to you because you actually did whatever, blah blah blah." Pestered him into saying sure, fine, we'll give it to you. Lied about everything. I mean, literally lies about everything, the entire thing. And then they believe even the other things too, again, he wasn't. Come on, guys, let me get the Iron Cross. Why are people trying to keep me down? Yeah, exactly. And again, another reason why they were hesitant to give it to him was because they're giving him the highest honor that they can give someone of that stature. Well, I mean, and I already mentioned this yesterday. Oh, Hitler didn't want to be. He didn't want to receive any promotions because he loved his regiment too much. Like, that is pure cope. Like, I mean, I might not be good at internet terms, but that is actual cope. You know, like, to say, like, oh, well, you know, because he couldn't get moved up in the army, therefore, it's because he actually loved his regiment so much. I mean, they fucking hated him. Like, we have the evidence that they hated him, that they thought he was just some whiny, like, you know, like, person that, like, didn't, you know, that essentially had a cushy job that didn't have to do anything. Yeah, they thought he was stupid and a jerk, and, you know, like, he failed at everything he did. Like, the only thing he was successful at was when he would draw. So he would look at picture books of Vienna and make postcards of them. And that was his most successful venture. I mean, unless you count, you know, becoming the Führer, I guess. But all of the stories that are told about him are all false. Like, you know, it's the same thing like with the München putsch, right? Like, it didn't happen how they say. You know, they were trying to connect it to the putsch that had been done by the Freikorps in Berlin. Again, that's not told in most history books, that, like, there had already been a putsch that actually happened in Berlin that was brought down by the German army. And also the fact that things like the Autobahn, like, this is another thing too. They like to act like Germany started the idea of a highway. Like, the Autostrada in Italy was already built. No. I mean, okay, I'm not trying to say like it was a success, but I'm saying like the only thing that he ever did that like, he, you know, that he did for himself, right? Because literally when he was living in Vienna and he's talking about like, oh, I hate everybody, blah, 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 he was living off of a pension, off of essentially like a trust fund kid. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, his father left his pension and like whatever, his money to be split into four for their 4 kids. And that's what he lived off of when he was in Vienna. So, you know, so I'm not counting it as a success, let's say, but I'm just saying like that's the only thing he ever really did on his own volition. Yeah, the Nazis were opposed to the Autobahn. They were opposed to most of the things that they ended up doing. The only thing that they did want to do was do workfare, which is something the United States adopted in the 90s under Clinton, where literally the Work Through Joy project, all of that shit, like, literally, like, the United States just took that and was like, how do we rebrand this and make it patriotic? And that's essentially what they did. And yeah, like, and in fact, this is another funny fact, that there were people who were writing for a magazine of this Hungarian guy who his newspaper or journal or whatever would publish things against the Nazis, all leading all the way up to the November election, right? Because they had 2 elections in 1933. Most people don't get this. Technically, when the Nazis first started getting power, which was in the February elections, or the January elections, I should say, they didn't win the outright majority that they said they were going to win. Right. Then they were able to have power because they literally made the Communist Party become banned in Germany. Because otherwise, the socialists and the communists would have had together either just about the same amount of votes, or a big enough plurality that they so they went into a coalition government. And it was only by essentially going against von Papen, and who was the prime minister at the time, by asking for a vote of no confidence and then calling for new elections in November, that then they were able to outlaw every party except for the Nazi Party, essentially. So, they won 92% of the vote or whatever. But that's because they were the only party you could vote for. Same thing with like the SS. Like people like to make it seem like, oh, it was this like cool thing that like, oh, because they had the really cool Hugo Boss uniforms. Yeah, but you literally couldn't be promoted. It was a precarious job. Like literally, you were like, if you were in the SS, you were dispensable, like super dispensable. They just did that for aesthetics. Like they didn't do that because they cared. They did that like if you were a bachelor. I mean, this is in Hannah Arendt's book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, that like he got married. He actually got married at a weird time because he could have been moved up in his job at his first job with the Nazis, but he decided to get married later with is it Eva? No, that's, I'm thinking of Hitler. But anyway, doesn't really matter. But anyway, the whole point being that like all of these people were all failures. Like these, like Eichmann too. Like he literally failed at being a vacuum salesman. I mean, that's literally Eichmann, like the person that was the supposed expert on the Jewish question and perpetrated, brought about certain aspects of the final solution. Literally was a failed vacuum salesman in his Jewish side of his family's business. Like they're the ones that gave him the job. Was the side on his mother's family that was Jewish, and he failed at it. So again, I didn't mean to say success. I just meant to say like the only thing that he ever did on his own was when he did the postcards, which he literally just, in a sense, he just plagiarized. But I guess they're just pictures of buildings in Vienna. But you know what I mean.
The same way, I would argue that this is also a brand new religion. Not a denomination, but a new religion. This Shane Vaughn video goes a little bit further. Keep listening. He's going to make an argument for an empirical fact that is not true. Listen to this.
That's where it happened. That's where he dedicated our nation in covenant to God. If you will make us a great nation, deliver us from tyranny, then we will serve you. And he gave the nation to God at that point. Every signer of the Declaration of Independence were descendants of the tribes of Israel. We can trace it. We know it.
None of it's true. Nothing that...
Okay, this is another thing too, is like this whole like the 12 lost tribes, or the 10 lost tribes. Sorry, I should say the 12 lost tribes. All of them got lost. I mean, yes, in a sense, yes, they got lost in the sauce. That's for sure. Is this idea of the 10 lost tribes, again, like that story serves to actually kind of goes against the way, especially the way how Zionists like to look at things, because it kind of proves the point that the Jewish people, right, or the Israelites, if they want to call them that, actually were just one of many Canaanite tribes, which they were. I mean, that's historic, like archaeologically, historically, that's the truth, right? Like all of the different Canaanite peoples, right, they were a Semitic-speaking people, many different groups of people, and they all worship different gods, and that's the reason why, like Hashem in the Torah, and even in the Tanakh, has so many different names, like Yah, or El, or etc., because those are actually all different Canaanite gods that they made a composite god. And another thing too is they made an abstract god, right? Which is something that, I mean, that is an innovation, right? In terms of like, yes, that is an innovation in human history, whatever, if you want to call it that. I really don't care. But like the people that are like, oh, they were the first ones to think of it like as an abstraction, but it's not that other people didn't. It's just that became a central tenet over time. Definitely, like at the beginning of what we might call Judaism, like proto-Judaism, they still worshipped, statues, and Hashem had, Asherah as a wife or whatever. And also another thing too is the heavy influence that Jews have had from living in Babylonia. In fact, Babylonia was the most densely populated Jewish place in history until there was the mass dispersal of the Jewish people in terms of migration. They were never expelled from Palestine. Anyone that tells you that is literally lying to you, because the Romans didn't do that. The Romans didn't expel anyone. Why would they do that? You can see Roman writings at the time nothing happened. Like, yes, they destroyed the temple, which is why we have Tisha B'Av, which is the saddest day on the Jewish calendar, but they did not do anything else. I mean, they destroyed the temple, they, set the city on fire, whatever, blah, 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 but, like, nobody left. I mean, like, some people left because, otherwise they were going to be put on trial. Some people were taken to Rome, and that's how Roman Jewry is actually has existed since before Christianity became a thing. It's been there since 70 BCE, actually. The Roman ghetto that's there has a history that goes back to 70 BCE, just about. So, again, like this belief that that people like to sort of... going back to the 10 lost tribes, this idea of the 10 lost tribes was a way to kind of justify... And again, I would say that I would... gosh, why am I forgetting his last name? Finkelman, Israel Finkelman, who did like the Bible Uncovered or the Bible Unearthed or something, where he goes over all of this, that like a lot of the presumptions that we have about what happened in the Torah and the Tanakh are not true, right? They're based on, stories that eventually became like legends, right? That eventually, so I already explained this before. When historians talk about a legend, that means that we're talking about something that involves human beings. When we're talking about a myth, that means something that involves the gods, or God, right? So a lot of stuff you see this is why the documentary hypothesis exists. This is why all these other hypotheses exist, because like the writing is different, what they write about is different, and so when it comes to the Tanakh, especially like the other books, so we can't really say that we know specifically what they mean by the 10 lost tribes, because they just list tribes, but we know that Eretz, like this is something that Shlomo Sand actually talks about, that in the Torah, when it refers to maybe it's in the Tanakh too, and all, yeah, I think it's in the Tanakh, so the Jewish Bible, when it refers to Eretz Israel, which is like Ard Israel, right? If you were to speak Arabic, which means the land of Israel, it referred to the kingdom of Israel, because there was never a united kingdom, right? Like, which is part of the whole story of the 10 lost tribes, was that there were two kingdoms and they became one kingdom, and then half of it, so that never existed. Right, that never happened. And so, like, David and Solomon never ruled or whatever. Like, those were just like mythical figures, or legendary figures, I guess. And so anyway, my point being that the 10 lost tribes thing is more a discussion of like the Jewish people trying to, again, back in the way back then, so kind of almost like in the beginnings of what we would call Judaism, trying to differentiate themselves from the other Canaanite peoples who still kept to their own religious traditions. Eventually, what's the story about there being a bunch of lost tribes? Well, like the lost tribes of Israel specifically refers to, I believe it's the Assyrians, that they invaded northern Israel and they forcefully deported 10 of the tribes of Israel. And well, maybe let me pull up a map, actually. That might help explain some stuff, because I think that it's kind of I can go off on this, so I want to make sure that y'all understand, and I can go off on biblical stuff all the time, because that literally was what I would do all the time. So if you read the Torah, it talks about how they allotted the land of Israel. And so, okay. So here, let me put it like this. Okay. So these are the tribes themselves. So you have Benjamin, Yehuda, which this is literally the origin of the word Jew. Like Yehuda is the origin of the word Yehudim, which means Judeans. Like that's what Jew means. It means Judean, or Jewish means Judean. Shimeon, Ephraim, Dan, Gad, Reuven, Manasseh. They're the only ones that got stuff on both sides of the river. And this is why revisionist Zionism claims the kingdom of Jordan on this side of the river Jordan, right? The country, as being integral land for their colonization. And then you have Issachar, Zebulun, Naphtali, and Asher. So these were the divisions that it says in the book of Joshua, which is the first which is the first book in the Nevi'im, or the prophets. You know, so here was the kingdom of Edom and Moab and Philistia and Amalek. So what ended up happening was that eventually just these two tribes remained. Shimeon, well, technically 2.5 tribes. Yehuda and Shimeon and the Levites, because they're their own separate thing, because they're supposedly the direct descendants of Aharon, or Aaron. And so they are the ones that ended up, owning what is called the southern, this southern part here. But this northern part, there is no evidence that there ever was this, this really existed as it's shown here. And as you can see, like, one tribe got Yerushalayim. And it actually says in the Tanakh that the Jebusites that live there, that they intermarried with them. Like, in all of these stories, it's like, oh, and then they intermarried. So like this, so that's why when the Zionists try to claim like a pure what's it called, lineage back to this time, it's like that doesn't even make sense. I mean, even Moses' wife was from Midian. She wasn't even Jewish. So she wasn't like an Israelite. So again, but yeah. Hatavor. And I noticed that this is where it said that Moses was buried, Mount Nebo, and the reason why is because apparently Moses upset God, right? And so then, because he did something to upset God, God said, even though you liberated the Jewish people and you're gonna or the Israelites, and you're gonna lead them towards the land of Israel, because you didn't listen to me this one time, I'm going to make it so that you die, but you die seeing the river Jordan, knowing you will never cross it. Right? It's supposed to be poetic or something like that, but I just find it cringe, personally. Yeah, no worries. I love going over explanations and stuff. I think people can tell.
They're saying here is true, but it is all foundational to their belief system. They need these things to be true to arrive at their conclusion that Trump is the new Messiah. Let me play a couple more clips for you. I have an outline here that I wrote late last night. I looked into this argument that Trump is the Son of Man. That's a foundational belief of this new religion, that Trump is the Son of Man. What is the Son of Man? We've all probably heard that saying at some point in our young lives, going to church or whatever. Jesus being the Son of Man.
I didn't go to church, but okay.
What is the Son of Man? There is a biblical historian named Bart Ehrman. He knows what he's talking about. He was like a hardcore Christian, and he went to college in a PhD program to prove that the Bible is...
So Bart Ehrman is actually really good for this. The only thing is I hate it is that, like, I see, even with Telltale Atheist, I have an issue with, like, he doesn't exude this really, like, the way how other atheists do. But they give off the new atheist vibe. But for Owen, he definitely does the whole I'm a free speech absolutist. I will defend your right to, blah blah blah. And I'm like, Bro, like, no, that's not how it works. Like, you can't be like, oh, I don't want indoctrination, but also you have the right to indoctrinate. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, because once he did actually say, I'm a free speech absolutist, and I'm just like, that is so fucking cringe. Like Sam, the videos we were watching earlier about Jewish history, like, Sam usually hides his Zionist power level, so to speak, but like, when you get closer to like the foundation of the state of Israel, it comes out so bad. That's why I like to watch everything like earlier, and I thought that the Golden Age would be one that would be the Iberian Golden Age would be okay, but you know, he wanted to go on a rant about Muslims, so I don't even know. Like the one he talks about of the other people who were, I don't know, if people want to watch that one, let me know in chat if you guys want to watch the one where Sam goes over how like all the other people who lived around the same time of Jesus that were also like messianic figures and were also essentially given the same treatment. Like Jesus was not unique in the treatment he received.
Is the inerrant word of God, and by the time he got to the end of it, he realized that it's not. But that's neither here nor there. He knows what he's talking about. He's really, really intelligent and well-informed. And he wrote a post on his airmanblog.org thing about Jesus and what the Son of Man is, okay? So let's just read a little bit of it to give you an idea of what the Son of Man is and why these people would call Donald Trump the Son of Man and why it would matter. Question. In Mark 8:20...
Also, in this book, I should note, this book is written by a white South African, right? An Afrikaner, right? Who left Zuid-Africa to go live in the United States because he wanted to live in a society that essentially still had apartheid. Like, he left before apartheid was ended, at least for, legally speaking, right? Formally speaking. So he's like, oh, I need to go to a place where they allow apartheid. So he moved to the U.S. So I think that speaks volumes on its own. So
27 to 28, Jesus asks his disciples, who do people say that I am? Mark, by the by, was the first gospel written. It is like the original source for some of the other gospels, including Matthew. So it was the very first one. Jesus says,
yeah, like the gospels actually contradict each other in several things. Like the Sermon on the Mount, I believe that's in Matthew, but if you go to Luke's to the book of Luke, or the Gospel of Luke, it happens in an open field. So it's like, well, which one is it? Is it a field? Because that's not on a mount, right? Like, the whole point of a field is that it's in a valley, right? It has to be somewhere flat. So,
who do people say that I am? And they reply that different people think he's John the Baptist, Elijah, or one of the prophets. Jesus then follows up with the key question, but who do you say that I am? And Peter replies, you are the Christ. So
here, I want to explain. Sorry, I don't want to. You know what? I'm just going to be a pause, Andy. When Peter is said to respond, Christos, that is not a Jewish concept. Like, Yehoshua, Jesus' first name, Joshua, is a Jewish name. But Christos is a completely Greek concept. That does not exist in any, like, the way, the discussions of what a Christos is, it doesn't exist in Jewish thought, but the stuff that predates Christianity in Greek thought makes it very clear that it doesn't fit in with the supposed prophecies that Jesus fulfills, I guess.
Christ is another word for Messiah, right? And Messiah is somebody who's going to fulfill a covenant between Yahweh and the nation, basically. Yeah, a Messiah is somebody who brings Yahweh and the country together. So when you hear the word Christ or Messiah, that's what it's about. But Son of Man has its own different, distinct meaning we'll get to in a second. When Luke tells the story, Luke keeps the verbal back and forth almost the same, although when Peter replies, he is a bit more specific. The Christ of God. Was there another kind of Christ? Matthew's version is a bit different, though. Jesus asks, who do people say the Son of Man is? Okay, that's different from who do people say that I am. Matthew.
Another thing too is I've talked with my friend who's a priest, a Catholic priest, and actually was part of a specific order too, like wanted to be a monastic for a while. that in this section people read into it action that is not there. Like when Jesus says, like, who do people say that I am? Then he later on he says, like, don't tell people who I am, right? But many, especially evangelical Christians, say, like, that proves that he was whatever, the Christ, or because he's saying don't tell them. You know, it's this weird, like, logical, I don't know what to call it. Like, again, if you're Christian, I mean some of this stuff also goes against Judaism. So again, like, please don't have any hard feelings if you're Christian. Again, like, I totally understand. I'm just used to this being done by Christians to Jews all the fucking time. Like, it's horrific. So
was written after Mark was written, and Matthew used Mark as a source. We'll get to the origins of the term Son of Man in a second. Just keep reading. The disciples reply in much the same way, although in addition to John the Baptist and Elijah, they also say that some people think he's Jeremiah. And Jesus replies again, but who do you say that I am? And Peter replies, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Matthew adds more at that point. So is Matthew having Jesus ask two different questions, who is the Son of Man and who am I? Or is Matthew trying to have Jesus refer to himself in this passage as the Son of Man? In fact, is Matthew equating Jesus, the Son of Man, and the Son of God as all the same person in this passage? Or is he differentiating between Jesus and the Son of Man? He obviously tweaked the passage for some purpose. Like I said, Matthew was written after Mark and used Mark as a source. So Matthew rephrases it to make Jesus look like the Son of Man. Though
also, another thing too is that the texts, like Mark, right, the book of Mark, or the Gospel of Mark, Evangelios Marcus, it was a composite piece, because the initial things that they had of Jesus were sayings, Gospels. It just said stuff Jesus said. There was no narrative. The narrative was added in later, over about 100 years after it supposedly happened. So again, like, I'm not saying that it's whatever, but that's not the point of this, what we're going over. But that's another important thing that he's kind of missing out on, is that the initial documents that existed, that were in Greek, and they were in good Greek. That's what's very important. These initial, like the first manuscripts we have of Mark and Luke, and, well, particularly Mark and Matthew, but anyway, they were all written in Greek. So that's why they say the word Christos, right, the Christ, because in Jewish thought, Moshiach, I mean, the only person who's ever called a Moshiach in the Jewish Bible is Cyrus the Great. He's called a Moshiach. But also, like, the term Moshiach can mean, like, when you're putting on lotion, like say you're putting on, like, technically, like in Hebrew, like when you're putting on, like, suntan lotion, or sun cream or whatever, sunscreen, there we go, like, you're technically Messiah-ing yourself, if that makes sense, because Messiah just means to anoint oneself, and that just means to, like, put on sunscreen. Like, now we use the term put on, but like when you think of an ointment, right, it's something that you put on a particular area of your skin, right? Like, for neosporin, is that what it's called? I forget what it's called, but if you get a little ouchy or something, you put some neosporin right there, and that's an ointment, and you've now been anointed. So now you are a Messiah, right? You're a Moshiach. And that's, again, this is why it becomes very clear in comparative religious studies that Christians don't have an understanding of Judaism very well, although they need it to claim that they're, a continuation of, which, again, if you see that continuation, that's fine. Like I said, I have nothing against Christians at all. Just don't proselytize me. That's the only thing. I do not want to be proselytized. Yeah, that's another thing to keep in mind.
Originally, when the conversation took place, there's no reason to think that Jesus believed that he was the Son of Man. There's some debate in the Christian community. Not a whole lot of debate. It's mostly philosophical more than theological. Okay, so this is Bart Ehrman's response. In my previous posts, I've laid out the views I have about Jesus and the Son of Man, and some of the reasons I have them. It turns out to be a terrifically complicated matter. There are entire books devoted just to this one issue. What was Jesus' view of the Son of Man? Written by scholars with different understandings. The view I reached toward the end of my PhD work, it's one of the standard views that's been around since the end of the 19th century, was very, very different from the one I had before, but it's the view I still have, though I understand it much more fully now. To wit, here are the points about the Son of Man, okay? Jesus did use the term Son of Man as a central part of his message. In doing so, he's referring to a cosmic judge of the earth who would come at the end of history to bring a cataclysmic end to the world as we know it, to destroy all the evil forces in the world that are opposed to God and that are making life miserable for his people. So most religions,
Yes, and that is not the Jewish way of thinking. Because like even the, and I'm not saying this is the typical view, but like a very common view that is sometimes thought of in Jewish circles and Jewish communities is that everybody will get to go to Gan Eden. Like everybody's soul, by definition, by it being created by Hashem, is worthy of going to Gan Eden, but it will require a sort of washing machine process, I guess, to atone and all of that stuff. Because Judaism doesn't really have the ideas of hell or heaven. We have Gan Eden, but Gan Eden's on earth, so you can't destroy the earth because that's where Gan Eden is. Like it's supposed to be a physical place on the planet. Like at one point, Gan Eden will open up and the whole world will become Gan Eden, right? So, and you'll see all of your relatives, which doesn't sound very good to me, personally.
Logically believe that Jesus is the Son of Man and the Son of God. They're two different entities. The Son of Man is mentioned in the Old Testament. I think the book of Jeremiah and the book of Ezekiel and Daniel, maybe. I don't remember which ones exactly.
I believe it's Ezekiel. But anyway, the point being that another thing too is that you know that famous scene in the Christian Bible. Yeah, I don't want to see all of mine either. I like that modern Christianity is a sort of misunderstanding of a couple of things that don't really belong together. I mean, if you want to word it that way, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess I could say that that's, like, essentially, because, I mean, again, Jews believe in reincarnation. Christians don't. In fact, they would think that's a heresy. But it existed even in, like, it's part of the religion, right? Like, it's part of Judaism. That's the reason why, like, when we watched the Sam's video about Moses Mendelssohn, right? That's why they said from Moses to Moses there was no other like Moses, because the belief is that the soul of Moses, of Moshe, went from one Moshe, the original Moshe, or Moshe, and then went to, conservation of matter. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, because the belief is this. Let me explain Jewish belief when it comes to this. The belief is that at Matan Torah, that is the giving of the Torah itself, right? When God, gave the Torah scroll, or rather the Torah tablets, the first one, the 10 pronouncements, to Moshe, right? And he was up there for 40 days and 40 nights. See, this is the reason why, is because the Bible has so many different, like, this time he was for 40 days and 40 nights, and then people get, whatever. It's like how people yesterday were like, I didn't know that Noah, it took him 120 years to build the ark. And it's like, well, he was the only one that was building it, because he's the only one that was like, hey, it's going to start raining soon. But anyway, so the belief is that at Matan Torah, and we actually celebrate this holiday as Shavuot, where we celebrate the giving of the Torah to the Jewish people. Because until that point, the Jewish people didn't exist as a nation, right? Like, this is the ethnogenesis moment of the Jewish people. When Hashem revealed, was there, it is said that all of the people that were there, all of the Jewish people, all the millions of people that were there, died. Because he had revealed, Hashem had revealed himself, right? And it was so, awesome in the old sense of the word, right? That they literally, died. So what ends up happening is that all of the souls that were at Sinai are the souls of all of the future Jewish generations as well, because all generations of Jews were metaphysically, epitemporally, like present at the Matan Torah. Like we were all there, right? And that's actually why there's actually a dating app that's a Jewish dating app or a Jewish dating site called Saw You at Sinai. Because it's literally like the idea that like people that were like souls that were meant to be together, right? Where they saw each other at Sinai, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I know, it's wild. But again, this is why I'm like, Christianity doesn't take this into account at all. But, it tells the story of the giving of the Ten Commandments, right? And that's all like they focus on, not the whole like everything else that happens while Moses is there. Like the fact that it says in the Torah, right, that he goes up multiple times, which is where the idea of the oral Torah comes from, because he sees like he sees that that Aharon had let the people, right, construct the golden calf, right, to worship, and so then he breaks the tablets, right, were made by God, and then he goes back up and again gets new tablets, but he's up there talking, like he's essentially like learning the oral Torah, because the whole point is that Moses has to impart this knowledge to Aharon, who then imparts it to his sons, who then imparts it to his sons, right? And then and that's where the idea of the Mishnah and then later the Gemara, which becomes the Talmud, begins, right? That there was an oral tradition. But yeah, like, oh, you're here. I should have known. Can I leave Gan Eden? No? Oh, great. Did you watch She-Hulk? You should have. It was pretty fun meeting the family in Gan Eden. See, that's why I thought, to me it's always so funny that it's like, oh yeah, we're all going to go to Gan Eden anyway. And it's just like, I get that, but at the same time, it's kind of like, like Christians think that the world is going to end and Jews don't. So why would they make, like, you would think that they would try to stick closer to the Jewish tradition, but they really go, like, as time goes on and they start to write the other books, especially after the Acts of the Apostles, right? And there actually were two apocalypses, right? There originally was the apocalypse of Peter and the apocalypse of John, who is not the same John who wrote the Gospel of John. Right? Two different people. Just anyway. Another thing too is that, like, I won't go any more in depth into that unless it comes up.
Exactly. When Jesus came to earth, he implied that he's the Son of God and the Son of Man. The Son of Man in the Old Testament has a specific role to play in prophecy. The Son of Man is expected to come to earth right before Armageddon and take control of Israel and spark Armageddon as the leader. So most Christians believe that Jesus...
Yeah, see, this is another thing too. Like, the whole, like, oh, he's going to be this, like, warrior figure. Like, even in Judaism, it's not viewed like that. It's like the reason why a lot of Jews didn't believe in Jesus was because the first thing was, like, the oppression of the Jews will end. It didn't end. It just kept going. It just got worse. And that's, like, one of the requisites. Like, if the Messiah doesn't do that, then it's like, you're not the Messiah, bro. Like,
Jesus is coming back, right?
Also, Jews believe that there's a Messiah in every generation because of, again, the idea of reincarnation, right? The Moshiach soul always shows up in each generation. So
when Jesus comes back, he will be coming in the role of Son of Man. He's already fulfilled the role of Son of God.
Oh, also, this is interesting too. So you know the trial that's held by Pontius Pilate? Or not trial, but like essentially like the vote that he has, where he's like, here we have, Jesus Christus, and then or Jesu Christi, and then over here we have Barabbas, right? Well, if you know, even if you know Arabic, you kind of already know what I'm about to say, right? Barabbas means son of the Father, right? So one way that people, biblical scholars have kind of instead of seeing it as the anti-Semitic thing that the Gospel of John tried to make it out to be, which that's the gospel that is the one that accuses the Jews of deicide, right? It makes it instead to where you're choosing between the physical Jesus and the Jesus, that's like the Son of the Father, right, in the Trinitarian sense. And a lot of people don't like recognize that because one, they don't learn Hebrew, much less Aramaic, and they don't look at that in that context, right? They see two people in their minds, and people choose one over the other. But it could be read that the Jews chose Barabbas, the son of the Father, as opposed to Jesus Christ, like the physical manifestation, right? They chose the divine. Again, it's kind of hard to explain unless you know it really well. Oh no! No emos.
And Savior. When he comes to earth again, he will be Son of Man. Here's where Trump comes into this. They believe Trump is the Son of Man. They believe...
I mean, look, his name is Helgott Müller.
That Jesus fulfilled his role as Son of God, Messiah number one. They think that America is in a new covenant with Yahweh, New Israel. And Trump is the Messiah of New Israel, the Son of Man. The reason that...
I think he needs to get his tattoo touched up. Like, I think it's cool to have, like, a crescent tattoo, but it needs to be touched up, Owen. I wish I looked good in tank tops, but I don't. I know I don't. And, especially because I'm not, like, a twink or something. I don't have that body.
That the Trump cult believes Jesus can't be the Son of Man is because he never led the nation of Israel. That is it.
Well, he was a son of a father. Yeah. I mean... Again, it just shows that, like, the Greeks did not understand Jewish theology as much as Christians like to say they did. And again, this isn't to say that there's anything, if you're a Christian, that's great. Just don't proselytize. That's my one, I'm fine talking theology, theodicy, whatever, I have no problem. I technically, anyway. But the point being that if you don't put these things in these contexts, then this is where you allow the anti-Semitic stories to begin, right? Because it's only in John's Gospel where they say, his blood on our, blah, 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 Which also is kind of contradictory if also Christians are like, the blood of Jesus is sacred and special, and it purifies you. Right? I mean, I don't know.
A precondition for being the Son of Man. You have to be the leader of the nation. Trump was the leader of the nation. So here's how the theology goes. Brand new...
I gave up my emus because they were provided by someone a little too supportive of Vosh. Well, no, it's so funny you say witchcraft, Miss Serzel, because I think I mentioned this on stream before, that when the Reformation started and when it hit England, they began to make fun of Catholics. In particular, like you have the, okay, I guess I'm technically going to be sacrilegious now, so, might as well make it look good, right? So, you have the host and you have the chalice, right? And then, you say these prayers on them, right? This being the host that is supposed to represent Jesus' body, and this being the wine, or in this case, the soda, that represents Jesus' blood, right? And then at one point, the priest, when he says, hoc is corpus meum, this is my body, right? That's where the term hocus pocus came from making fun of Catholics who believed in transubstantiation, that thought that when the priest does that blessing, hoc is corpus meum, saying, this here is my body, this is my body, that they believed in magic, essentially, that they were superstitious, and that persisted in England for a very long time. Like when people say the word superstitious in old, like in Jane Austen and other novels set in the 18th century, etc., even in U.S. stuff, they mean Catholic. Like, I'm not even joking. Like that was like a byword for saying Catholic, was to call people superstitious. And in fact, that's another reason, like, why the Hispanophobia that Britain had was reasserted in the United States against Mexicans in particular, because most Mexicans tend to be Catholic. They're not all Catholic, but a lot of them are. And because of that, they also see Mexicans as being very superstitious and very, they equate that with being like, whatever, being a less developed civilization. I don't know. Yes, they have blood magic. Yes, I was raised to think Catholics were doing witchcraft in one church, and then we would attend Mass with the other side of the family, religious whiplash. It's easy to forget how powerful anti-Catholic sentiment was before I was born. People, like a generation above me, remembering. Yeah, I mean, like the reason why like certain parts of Boston are the way they are is because like literally they wouldn't sell homes to Catholics. They wouldn't allow Catholic churches to be built. They wouldn't allow Catholic cemeteries to be built. Even when JFK, when he became president, I mean, I know this is kind of like like they were like literally like the right wing were like, oh, he's not going to take his orders from the people. He's going to take his orders from the Pope, right? Like, it's just dumb, but.
Religion, okay? Jesus comes to earth, fulfills his role as Son of God and Savior to mankind. He dies, he goes to heaven. The founding fathers come to America, dedicate it to Yahweh, and enter into a new covenant with him. Trump comes along, becomes the leader of New Israel, or America, and by doing so, becomes the Son of Man, the new Messiah, the Christ. That is the theology packaged into one. It is a brand new religion that exists. They even have their own Bible. They call it the Patriot Bible, that has the New Testament and the founding documents, Declaration of Independence, Constitution, all that other stuff.
And this is what I had Polly go over last night. Because it literally is like, discover biblical truths that form the foundation of American values. Experience spiritual milestones in American history. Examine the intersection of American history and the Christian faith. So, and he mentioned when he's talking about this, like the part where it says, about homosexuality, supposedly anyway. Like they have a page going over like, this is why blah blah blah. Like essentially it's like a chud story. Like it has like little chud stories at important episodes in the Bible. So then that way they can like, oh yeah, George Washington and Genesis, they try to connect those things all the time.
That's where you get images like this. People believe that he is divine. No joke. These people...
Okay, that's just weird. Like, I'm sorry, like... I know people can believe whatever the fuck they want, but Trump is something else, right? Like, Trump is so not divine, right? Like, I don't understand... But again, it's just white supremacy. Like, because he's overt about his white supremacy, willing to call Mexicans all, criminals and everything, like, he's essentially, I wouldn't say the id, but I would say that he's definitely, like, I can see why people make that comparison. He's like the id of the average chud, right? Like, he says what they wish they could say. Because I know that, like, now, and this is actually from an article that I read, what journal was it from? Anyway, it had to do something with, like, media. But it focused on, I feel the need to quote from She-Hulk comic I'm reading while I listen. Oh my goodness. Okay, you're back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just laughing because Wick is having a panel called "Exploiting Women for My Own Gain." I just, why? You literally have a platform, and you can do whatever the fuck you want, and you want to talk about exploiting women? Tell me about the girls in uniform. Oh my gosh. You want to know the worst thing is, like, there's actually an account, and once I was told by this dude who kind of was like, so he's not like he's not Jewish, he's just like this white guy, he's kind of like a atheist, but you know, he was a colleague for a while, and and he's one of those people that are like, Israel has to exist, like Jews have to have somewhere to go. I'm like, well, they can come to the U.S., can't they? Like, they can go to France, they can go to Argentina, right? They can go to Mexico. I mean, like, they have for centuries. You know, they don't need an ethno-state, right? But anyway. And he tried to show me the IDF, like it's like a... Yeah, he was talking about interspecies copulation. I'll put it like that. And so, you know, I honestly don't know. Like, I honestly don't know. Like, he has Nazis on those panels. So, like, Doobie is one of them. Like, that's the one I'm willing to mention. But like legit, like, Doobie legit JQs. Like, he literally brings up the Jewish question in the fucking things, like, for no reason. Said that, oh, maybe, you know, Kanye West is blah, 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 you know, correct, and all that bullshit. Wick, I don't think it's fair to call Doobie a Nazi. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And another thing, too, is that Wick, Zubby the British guy? No, Doobie. Doobie. Horrible person. He runs the Twitch poll server. And he is like overtly a Nazi, but everyone keeps defending him by saying, like, oh, he's just memeing, bro. Like, he's just memeing so that way when actual Nazis show up, you know what it sounds like. Like, can you just shut up for, like, ever? You know? Like, that's my, like, I wish Adadak as my witness literally was there when that was said. Like, when we watched that in Polly's chat, like, literally said, Kid Not Kin said that. Yep. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you don't meme you don't pretend to be a Nazi online so that way you can teach people what Nazis online are like. And so, yeah, he runs his own Discord server, and often, like, a friend of our stream, NCC, has, you know, well, I won't get into that. That's a whole different, you know. NCC has talked about it on her own. But yeah, like, essentially, yeah. So, you know, a lot of that stuff is, like, he runs a Twitch poll server, which is huge. And that's where, like, Chud Logic, I honestly don't even remember all, because I really don't watch the Debate Bros. Like, unless someone puts them on their channel, like Polly or something, or NCC. Yeah, I actively avoid too. Like, I just have no reason to watch. Like, I hate panels because it's Miss Rizzle, the panel the only time that I watched technically watched a Wick panel, which I believe you were there as well, was when Homozygote was bringing up about that's the only one I've ever watched, is that one. And everything else was like, oh, like clips from, but when he literally gave a COVID denier's article that said like 70% of science is fake to Marcus, I was just like, this dude is really, like, literally, like, just the worst, you know? And so I actively avoid I don't watch Chud Logic, I don't watch Destiny, I don't watch Vosh. Unless it's been shown to me in someone's stream, I've never watched them independently. Like, everything that I know about them has always been through, you know, people showing, like, how they really are or whatever. So, but yeah, like, the whole, And you know what's worse is that, like, now they're trying to do that, like, discussion again, too, about peer review. Because they're like, well, what about ChatGPT? And it's like, well, there are other softwares that you can use that can determine if it was made by ChatGPT. Like, I hate that they're just like, oh, like, let's just dispense with a peer review because, you know. Destiny and Fuentes are buds. Fuentes has stayed over. So yeah, he was there for several days, and they went to go eat chicken and waffles. I remember that. That reminds me of the time Jordan Peterson told one of the Weinstein brothers that hospitals had killed more people than not having access to hospitals, and Weinstein took him at his what? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, literally, even like one, that's not true because like hospitals in the Islamic world. Yeah, a teenager. Yeah, exactly. That's right. I remember that story. A teenager made a software to detect ChatGPT, and like it's like very high success rate. It's like 98% correct when it is ChatGPT. Like, literally, you just need to know someone that knows how to code, and that's it. You know, and like now, and it's interesting too because like growing up. Well, I didn't have a computer until I was in college, really. Nor did I have, well, because I didn't have internet until I was in college. Like, before that, you know, if I needed to use the internet, I had to go to, like, the library after school. Or, you know, so that's why, like, I'm not very current on a lot of the, you know, like, on a lot of the things that people kind of, like, grew up with. Like, you know, like, when like Gamergate happened, I just wasn't on the internet, right? Like I just wasn't there, or you know, other things like that, and hence why like I know that I must come off as like, you know, I'm very dumb. I don't know anything about the internet because I literally just like, and even when I was at yeshiva, like you don't really use the internet in the yeshiva because that's kind of like not the point. But also I was very disappointed with my yeshiva experience. If you ever want to hear my yeshiva experience, I will go over it, but I'm just telling you right now, it's bleak. It's very bleak. So it's not like an uplifting story. It's bleak. And I don't think we're in the mood for that right now.
People think that Joe Biden has a role to play in prophecy too. I'm talking the new Trump religion people, okay? Like, for example, Robin Bullock. Listen to what Robin Bullock here has to say. This is a televangelist if you're unfamiliar. Listen to what he has to say about Trump, Obama, and Biden, and how they all factor into this new religion.
I hate that Robin Bullock actually looks like he could be like someone's like cool uncle, but then he turns out to be like a complete like he looks like that like cool uncle, you know, vibe, you know, like he like the way how he dresses, but then he's like the way he is. You know, I mean, does that make sense? Because he wears like leather jackets and chains, and I don't know, like he reminds me of a friend of mine's like cool uncle, who was like, oh yeah, like you know, that was okay with with my friend. They typically wouldn't smoke around me, but like they would smoke weed or blah blah blah, and like they were much more accepting of, you know, when they came out, etc. You know, but instead we have Robin Bullock, who is a chud. But I still think he needs to get this retouched, like I love crescents. I love moon symbolism. All right. So I have a lunar symbolism, I guess. So like to me, I'm like, oh, you know, I would enhance that, make it look nicer, maybe add some more definition to it. I don't know. And I'm one who's like probably never gonna get a tattoo in my life, but still.
And when they raided Mar-a-Lago, God didn't like that, Steve.
When the FBI searched Mar-a-Lago for classified documents, what he's talking about. I think this happened sometime around August 8th, 2022 or something. The FBI searched Mar-a-Lago for classified documents.
That didn't set well in heaven. It didn't set well at all when they did that. You know, the scripture says, touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Well, they touched his anointing when they did that, his anointed, because Trump is David. He's David. He began to be David when all of this, when Barack Obama's seal fell off of his podium. He began to take...
I remember that.
Yeah.
It fell up and rolled away or something.
It sure did. It sure did. And see, Obama would love to be the Antichrist. He would love to be the anointed one. Because they named him that, remember?
Yeah.
But he's not, and this will be...
What?
He's not. He can't be now, because he is now Gog. In the spirit, he became Gog.
So they believe that Obama and Biden and Trump have very influential, significant roles to play in Bible prophecy. They think that Trump is the new Messiah. A minute ago, we watched a clip of Shane Bond explaining how he believed that America was in a new...
Like, none of that made any sense. Like, that he's now David and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, you can literally visit David's tomb. I mean, it's in Jerusalem. I mean, I wouldn't advise going to Israel, right? But I'm saying, like, David is supposedly buried there, right? I don't know who actually is buried there, but again, that's the Ochel David, right? So, you know, in the so-called Ir David, the city of David, and you can go to it and people pray at it. It's like there's Jewish people all the time there. From what I know, again, this is like I have never been there, but and I probably never will be. I probably never will. But I do know that it's on. So David's tomb is downstairs from the cenaculum, and if people know what that means in Latin, well, like if you know Spanish, you know the first part, cena, but in Spanish you would say cena. So the cena room, which means the dining room, where the Last Supper supposedly happened, is literally like 2 floors up from where David's tomb is at, because David's tomb is like down at the basement of that building. Again, I just know this from like people that have gone, that have told me, but I don't know. I still feel very uncomfortable with the idea of ever going to to Israel, because again, I do not like Sam, like watching his videos, like when I don't watch the ones that he goes like full Zionist on, and that's about as much of a Zionist I'm willing to tolerate, because otherwise because he doesn't talk about Israel, right, when he's talking about, but like once you get closer to the fountain, like the 19th century and shit, then he starts to whitewash Zionist history, and I fucking hate that. I also hate that he pretends to speak with like some kind of accent, as though he's like he said before he's from America. So I don't know why he tries to act like, oh, I have this like mid-Atlantic accent, but whatever. Anyway, that's not important, but like Sam's videos in terms of Jewish history are short. I mean, unless you want to sit down for like an hour or some lecture, which I mean I could give you a lecture for that much, but definitely think that yeah, like Aaron's earlier videos are more of the most digestible, especially when he talks about like religion before Judaism began. I think to me that's really interesting.
New covenant with Yahweh and is effectively the new Israel, right? Listen to him describe Donald Trump's connection to all of this.
What is the prophetic seal that Yahweh placed upon Donald Trump and upon his...
Wait, let me see. Trump is David because Obama's seal fell off at the podium. Yeah, literally, that's what they're arguing. I'd rather you lecture. Okay. Yeah, like I said, like I honestly, and I mean this seriously, and Adadag knows that I'm serious about this. No Zionist will ever enter my home. Like, ever. And that's why, like, I won't listen to his whitewashing of history. Like, I know that, you know, his videos are short and, you know, really, you know, tell the basic outline. And there aren't really anyone else that does it that hides their Zionism well as much as he does, right? Like when he does the history stuff, which is what I hate. Again, the Zionists have also stolen Jewish cultural production that would otherwise not be Zionist, right? Like suddenly now everything is like, everything has to be like the end point is the state of Israel, and it's like, no, that's not the end point of the Jewish diaspora. Like it's not. Like, that's not doing anything. And in fact, there's actually a book that I was reading a couple of months ago that talked about how essentially the evangelical Christian churches were supportive of the Holocaust. Like, so there's a documentary that maybe we can watch tomorrow, at least part of it, that like people knew that these people have tried to, you know, like Denial Cube, etc., have tried to say that, oh, you know, Dachau wasn't like a real concentration camp. No, like, people knew that the concentration camp, what they did, they knew that they were used for torture, they were used for all this stuff. It was in the American, the British, the French, like, it was in everybody else's press. Like, people knew what was going on. It's just that in Germany, because they had a monopoly on all of the, people knew. People knew, and especially because one of the concentration camps was literally in central Berlin. Literally, like, one of the first ones, which is where they put the leader of the Jewish of the Judenrat, right? Of the Judenrat, which essentially means like the Jewish government, community government. The people that initially thought, like, that essentially said, like, let's be nationalist, but Jewish, right? Like, we're still openly Jews, but we are national, you know. And eventually they said, you know, down with Hitler, down with us, right? Because they realized they had played into the whole scheme, right? Which, again, is the way how I feel about Zionists today. It's like they're playing into this whole fucking scheme that, like, is just for, you know, harming Jewish people. But, you know, like they're willing to use, instead of using the funds that they used to essentially colonize more of Palestine to help actual Jews in need, right? Instead, they only care about the upper middle class and wealthy bourgeois Jews that donate to them and send their kids on birthright vacations. That is the most disgusting thing. Like, oh yeah, you get a free 10-day trip to Israel because it's your birthright. That's just so fucking disgusting. But honestly, like, just thinking about Zionism just disgusts me. But, like, another thing too is, like, you know, it's like the people that live in Israel, they know what's going on with the Palestinians. Like when they say, like, oh, Tel Aviv, ew, it's in a bubble. That's not true. Like, they're like, literally Tel Aviv is, like, its suburbs back into the green line. What, you know, what is, and it's and in fact, some of the weekly protests that happen in Palestine happen in the border post that is the closest to Tel Aviv. So these, like, liberals in Tel Aviv would say, oh, you know, we live far away from where it's actually, that's actually a fucking lie. You know? And yes, what you're saying is people who didn't chose not to know. Like, again, one of the camps was literally in central Berlin. Dachau, like, people knew about that. It was even in the German press, because they talked about it. They talked about how they went there to get, like, treatment or whatever the fuck, right? And they knew this in 1933. Like, this was already known. And the people that try to say, oh, well, you know, they didn't, you know, because Zyklon B wasn't invented until blah, 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 or whatever casuistry they want to say to try to, like, I mean, literally defend the Nazis, is, again, they're literally buying into the Nazi narrative that, like, oh, we only had to do what we did because we were pressed to do it because of the war. Like, that's not true. That is absolutely not true. They would have done the final solution if they would have won, regardless. Like the whole point of, like, Frantz Fanon and CLR James talk about this a lot, but it was just the settler colonialism aspect of Germany, of European powers, returned back to the continent of Europe, right? And so that's why you see you know what Germany was trying to do for its settler colonial project. And so, again, when people try to, like, extermination of undesirables was a condition of, victory for them. They were fairly open about it, at least among themselves. I mean, they were even open amongst other people. Like, that's why, like, when they found Polish nationalists or Ukrainian nationalists who Dylan Burns likes to go eat at their wonderful restaurants, apparently, at the Bonderist Nazi restaurants, and talk about how wonderful their food is and how fascists make the best food. You know, it becomes quite apparent that, like, they're literally avoiding learning about it. I mean, like even reading Hannah Arendt's, which is a more narrative form, which some people prefer that, where it's, because sometimes when people write history, you know, it's written more like an academic article, right? Like it has like a central thesis, and but Hannah Arendt's book was for the New Yorker, I believe. So it was written as more as a narrative. So it's like, and the judges have walked in and they did this and blah, 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 blah. And so I say, like, if you want to read that, that's fine. Just, you know, just remember it's Hannah Arendt, you know, you don't want to like take her, you know, because, you know, later on she goes on, because, I mean, even in that book, she tries to equate Stalin and Hitler, and I'm just like, you can't equate them. They are not the same. But anyway, but that's when she was well ensconced in American academia by that point. So, but yes, the extermination, and this is why when they found the nationalists in Ukraine and Belarus and in Poland, Lithuania, etc., like now that the ones that they want to like cope and say like, oh, they fought against communists, right? And it's like, well, when did they fight against communists? The Second World War. Oh, so you mean they fought with the Nazis? Yes. Is that they, in essence, would go to those groups and use them, kind of like what they did with the National Socialist Association of Jews, right? For them to out other people. That is the problem with academic writing. A lot of people have difficulty following. It's a skill most people really haven't acquired. No, I completely agree. And that's why, I mean, I've been told by different people, different opinions. And that is that my writing is very conversational. Like, I like talking to people. I think you can tell. Otherwise, I wouldn't stream for hours and hours, right? But the point being that, like, that I prefer to talk with the reader, not just like put facts down and think of it as in a machinic way, because then I'm like, well, then what's the whole point? Like, then I could just make a list of facts and say read that instead, right? Yeah, perhaps soon, we'll see. I just have to take care of security reasons. It's not easy being online and hated by so many reasons.
True people, it is supernatural prosperity and blessings. That's the prophetic seal. The ring of God, when he touches your life, there will be unparalleled blessings that will come into your life that you didn't ask for, you didn't create. You're just anointed for that season, and the evidence of it is of the prosperity of the nation and the people.
Let me just break that down. He believes that America is anointed by God and is in a new covenant with Yahweh because of the prosperity of the nation. That's his evidence for it.
Donald Trump carries the prophetic...
What prosperity? What prosperity? Context is important to history. If details aren't put into the framework, you can see how... Yeah, exactly. Like, this is why I hate when people try to say, like, oh, your work doesn't matter. Like, I remember when I was doing my PhD coursework years ago, like, people would tell me, oh, what are you doing your PhD? And I would say, like, cultural studies, cultural history. Oh, well, that's worthless. And I actually had a friend at the time that was actively trying to get me to quit my PhD and instead do what they were doing, like essentially saying, like, oh, it's a waste of time to focus on culture and history and stuff like that. Instead, you should just learn to code. Like, I'm not even joking. And I was like, I'm doing my PhD because this is what I want. Like, I'm the first person in my entire family to have ever made it to this level of education, let alone to make it into a PhD program and to, all of that stuff, right? And of course, I don't mean to do that in that capitalistic, like, oh, look at all the struggles I overcame. But it's like, I have done all of this work. I'm not going to just drop it off and leave it on the side of the road because you're telling me that, hey, instead of focusing on history and culture and, questions about XYZ, instead you should just be a coder and just be at home and, just become like a wannabe STEM lord, essentially. context is, yeah. So yeah, again, like this is why, like when I told Nabil, who was here earlier in chat, like if you want me to talk about Thomas Kuhne's book, Belonging and Genocide, I'm more than happy to go over it on his stream, because, or I mean, I would do it on my stream too, but I kind of already have. I also went on Polly's stream and talked about it, which is, again, I've mentioned, and I know Adadak, you've mentioned, you've kind of like, what do you mean by this? It's the constitutive elements of genocide, and then you should value the things I value. The things you value have no market value. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's literally what they were saying. Like, oh, like, that doesn't make a contribution to society. And I'm like, okay, like they literally were like, yeah, just drop out. Just drop out and just like go to this dude, like, oh, I like know this guy in New York and he can get you started learning for free. From overworked, underpaid, I was like, nah, bro, nah, I'm good. I like what I do. I mean, it's hard, it's precarious, and it's not you don't do it for the money, right? And that's why, like, again, like I'll say, like, your chat, your support literally helps me in my everyday life. Like, your subscriptions, your donations, your tips, and also very, very special to note, the books that you have purchased that aid in my research. Again, like some of them are right here that I got, right? That like literally are like so important for my research that now I have, and now don't have to worry about them being recalled and me not being able to check them out for a year, because for some reason they decided to do that at my institution's library. But anyway, point being, like, again, I don't have any Patreon supporters yet, but hopefully at some point I'll start getting some and all of that stuff, because again, like, I want to continue doing my research, I want to continue doing streaming, and adjuncting is hard work. I mean, teaching in general, and I know you know this all, Mr. Rizzo, is very hard work, and they will do anything to cut corners when it comes to your pay, and yet add more and more responsibilities onto you. And if you're having stress and you're having all these things, they'll be like, here's for me anyway, that's like, here's a mental health seminar. Like, no, I don't need that. I need you to like pay me more money and make me work less, because I can't give you like the quality you want if you're, if I literally wake up, eat something quickly, rush out the door, and then come home super late, and then just go to sleep. And there was a time when I was in my undergraduate studies where, because I also taught in the mornings and I went to classes in the evenings, that was literally my day. I would go, work, then go to the long, multiple hour long seminars, get home and fall asleep. That was my life. And again, the professors, the academics think that this is like a rite of passage to do that. Like to go to sleep hungry, to get paid below minimum wage, to get paid with, all that shit. So, I don't know.
Of the calling of God, he is Joseph. If you are anointed by Yahweh for a specific plan and purpose, you are a Messiah.
That's pretty on the nose. Doesn't get much more on the nose than that, right? He called Donald Trump a messiah just now. This guy is a televangelist. He's not a nobody, okay? He has a massive following.
Yeshua was the Messiah of mankind, but Donald Trump is the Messiah of America.
There you go. It doesn't get much clearer than that, right? I have more examples, if you can believe it. Here's where the plot thickens, okay? They believe that Biden reversed prophecy, stopped Trump from becoming president intentionally. By doing that, it would delay Armageddon. Trump has to be the political leader of the country, or let me rephrase, the Son of Man has to be the political leader of New Israel for Armageddon to be sparked. The claim is that the Son of Man will come along, become the political leader, and then spark Armageddon. And they believe that Trump was supposed to receive 2 terms and then spark Armageddon. But Biden won.
Hi.
And they claimed that Trump was going to get a second term.
Hi, FLFNF. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? There's another aspect here that's kind of like, Armageddon comes from a Hebrew term for a place. Muy bien, gracias. Nomás aquí he estado un poco cansado, entonces pensé que iba a mejor estar en un stream en vez de estar haciendo más trabajo porque necesito tiempo para... O como ahorita estoy escribiendo algo, como estoy escribiendo un proyecto que es así como de libro, ¿verdad? Quería tener Mount Megiddo. It literally means ha, which means mountain in Hebrew, Megiddo. And that's all it means. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. I just, it was just nice to speak in Spanish. But ha Megiddo. So when they say like Armageddon's gonna happen, it's like no. Like the Greeks took that word and just like heard it sound and thought it was like an event, but it's a place. Like it's literally a place that you can visit. Okay. Okay. Interesante. ¿Tú también tienes un stream también? Yo nunca sabía eso. Pero sí, como te digo, nomás voy a estar editando el capítulo que estoy escribiendo ahorita porque... mucha historia. Okay. Vale.
Believed he's going to spark Armageddon in a second term. So when Biden takes the presidency, in their minds, there's no way that he could have successfully taken the presidency because Trump is the Son of Man. He's the Christ. He's the prophet. He is the Messiah. He's supposed to spark Armageddon in their minds. So Robin Bullock comes along and tells Donald Trump, he's addressing Trump directly. I don't know if Trump's watching this or not, but he's addressing Trump directly and telling him, you need to walk into the White House and take control.
The stage is set. Everything is set. But you're going to have to pray for the rightful president, whether he wants to walk back into this or not. Is it his will? Yes. Is he the president? Yes. That's why he could just walk right back in. And God will supernaturally move things out of the way.
God will supernaturally push things out of the way if you just walk in and take control, because you are supposed to be there. Listen.
Again, this is literally like January 6th level, like, if you walk into the building, you own it now. Like, that's not actually how revolution works. They already did that January 6th, and that failed because, like, sorry, I'm just trying to get it behind me. Just going into an empty building doesn't do anything. Like, that's not what actually brings power. But again, I guess in America, like, you're taught so much that, like, Congress is like mystical, magical power, you know. But it's like, no, like, it's just like, I mean, it's just there as a kind of bourgeois display of power, but it's not like, you know, the actual power lies in Capitol, right? But yeah. And with bourgeois politicians, again, it's like they already, yeah.
Listen to what he says here.
Don't be concerned about riots. Riots are going to happen whether you come back or not. They're going to happen whether Donald Trump runs for president or is president or walks in the office. The riots are going to happen anyway. Don't worry about all of that. Operate in the power of God and let him pave your way. One step toward that, your position, and God will open the way all the way back.
So this is him saying, walk into the White House and take...
Like, this is... I mean, like, if people follow this advice, I mean, it will be funny, right? Because chuds will do stupid shit like this. But also, like, please don't. Like, you know, like, don't believe this dude. I mean, he could have been a cool uncle. Instead, he's, like, not a cool uncle. I mean, even look at... He has, like, a fucking sword and, like, candles and shit. Like, he gives off, like, such a vibe that he does not inhabit. And I'm like, I want him to be someone's cool uncle. Like, he seems like that he, like, you know, he would be listening to, like, Black Sabbath and shit. Instead, he's a pastor.
control. One step in that direction, and God will push things out of the way supernaturally. You just have to walk in and put on the mantle of the Son of Man anointing.
And I'm going to tell the president something. Donald John Trump, you were anointed from the day you were born to be president.
Oh, God.
And you were brought on the scene for such a time as this.
They believe him to be the Son of Man. They believe him to be the Messiah. Seriously, this is a new religion. Like Christianity is a denomination of Judaism, or Islam is a denomination of Judaism. This is a new offshoot, a new branch.
Wait, hold up. Christianity is not a denomination of Judaism. Neither is Islam. I don't think that either would describe themselves as that. I think he said it earlier, like where he was asking, like, is it a denomination of Judaism? And it's not. I mean, I already went over stuff that, you know, even people who were raised Christian, like Miss Frizzle, were like, well, that's crazy. Like that doesn't, you know, and it. Like there are denominations of Judaism, but it's called Reform Judaism, Conservative Judaism, Reconstructionist Judaism, you know, Humanist Judaism, you know, Orthodox Judaism, Modern Orthodoxy, Ultra Orthodoxy, which is Haredi and Hasidim, right? Like those are denominations of Judaism, not Christianity and Islam. They're completely different religious traditions and rich in their own, you know, religious sense
of Christianity and Judaism. That's why we heard people saying things like this. This is Roger Stone repeating some of the talking points that he's heard from the evangelical leaders. Listen to this.
We have...
Oh, what I meant to mention earlier was the book that I read noted that during the Holocaust, like, because they knew, I know we talked about this in a different context, but they knew what was going on, and they thought it was a good thing. They were happy that Jews were being persecuted, the evangelicals, because they thought that if Jews were attacked, if they were oppressed more, that would make them convert to Christianity. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I'll find the citations if you want. Like, I have them. I have the screen caps of them saved. Like, legit. Like, they advocated. They were like, oh yeah, let's pay the Germans money. Like, let's donate to their cause to try to make more Christians out of Jews. And like the same thing with their support with the state of Israel is that at first they supported it, like before 1967, which I don't want to get into that, is that they supported it because they thought like the Arabs, the Palestinians, but they would use the term Arabs to kind of, again, dehumanize them in some ways, in the sense of like taking away their inherent Palestinianness, if you understand what I'm trying to get at. That because they would be attacked by the Palestinians and the other Arab countries around it, that then the Jewish people now stuck in the Middle East would mass convert to Christianity. And so that's why they helped fund the Zionist movement as well. So they were playing, you know, I mean, effectively the Zionist movement and the Nazi movement were on the same side because they both agreed on particular premises, right, that their racialist logic is based on, that Jews have an eternal connection through blood that cannot be washed away, right, that it's like, you know, and I write about that stuff historically when it first started being brought up. So
two parties in this country.
So yeah, this is the reason why I'm not like, again, if you're Christian, that's great, just do not want to be evangelized. But like these type of evangelical events, like this is why they get me creeped out, because I think about the fact that they supported the Holocaust. They were okay with it. They thought it was a positive thing. Like, this is how we will get the Jews to finally become Christians.
And the traitors. This is not about Republican and Democrat anymore. This is a struggle between dark and light, between good and evil, between the godly and the godless, and we dare not fail or we step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
That's the point right there. That's the point. This is a battle between good and evil, dark and light. This is a battle between Satan and God in their minds. Donald Trump is a new Messiah, and Joe Biden is supposed to be Gog, or the Antichrist, or Satan himself. I don't know.
Is Gog seen as a person in Christian theology and not as a place, like Gog ve Magog?
I'm not sure what they think he is, but he is reversing prophecy. They believe Biden is setting up...
Also, like, I'm sorry, but like, the if you're a Christian, I have nothing against anyone's religion, anyone's culture, etc. But something about reading the call now for prayer, and seeing the number, makes me want to burst out laughing. But I keep holding it in because I'm I don't want to laugh at, that. But it's just really funny to me, considering the context and everything. But it's call for prayer, I don't know.
Now, 2, reverse prophecy. Here's another example. Robin Bullock, again, dude is a televangelist and a part of the Trump religion, the new Trump religion.
And the Lord told me, he said, now the fight has left the heavens, and it's in the earth. Now we are in a full-on spiritual war. On the 6th, it was still in the heavens, but...
January 6th, it was in the heavens, but after the 6th, it manifested itself on earth.
Oh, gosh, that's bad. Okay, I'm sorry. Hogs can do whatever... this is what I hate about hogs. A lot of them are, super, wealthy, have, are at the top of, they're a lot of them are petit bourgeois. Some of them are proletarian, but they kind of aspire to petit bourgeois, right? And, because of racial divisions, they kind of see themselves apart from. But imagine, instilling theology, and theodicy of your own faith and using it to describe current events in this way. I just don't get it. You know what I mean? You would think that they would place a particular sanctity on the protection of the original message, so to speak. But instead they're willing to change it as quickly as possible to suit particularly political ends, and that just seems to me very strange. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
After that day, it dropped into the earth. What we would call an administration is not one at all. There is no administration right this moment in the White House. Now, I'm just telling you straight up, there's not one there. Now you say,
see, again, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm completely wrong, but I still see cool uncle vibes, but I know he's not. I'm he's someone's cool uncle that went just batshit crazy.
Say, well, what are you talking about, Brother Robin? That sounds crazy. Well, I'm about to explain myself. I didn't know I was going to be talking about all this today until the Lord said I was. There's not an administration in the White House or in the Capitol. When the war left the heavens and came to the ground, this so-called administration is actually a regime whose sole purpose is to stop a prophecy from coming to...
I mean, this is literally Americans love to make this distinction between oh, we have administrations. Dusty Smith calls him Billy Ray Silly. Oh my gosh, that's funny. No, but this weird okay, that's the prophecy, and the people that are trying to start the prophecy, but this weird American necessity to try to using words, right, to kind of other. Particularly foreign governments, but I guess now in this case, the Biden administration, of being oh, they're not administrations, they're regimes. It means the same thing. I mean, administration is just what, the U.S. has decided to go with. I mean, there were times in history where the United States described itself as having a regime, because that just means a rulership. That's all that means, but... Of course, with the Cold War and everything, all of that stuff, it's now it has this distinct meaning that doesn't make any sense. But there's no difference between an administration and a regime. They both mean the same thing. That there's power over something, right? You administer something, or you regime, right? Which has the word Rex, right? And Regina as well, queen. You rule over. That's all it means.
Pass.
And why did Biden set out to stop a prophecy from coming to pass? Because that prophecy was Armageddon taking place. They believed that Biden stopped Armageddon from happening because Trump would have delivered his people to heaven and saved the world and all of this other stuff.
And the worst thing is that this is not even okay, even if they would have stormed the Capitol and been successful at I don't even know what, because even that process of Pence legitimizing, I guess, or certifying the results is a formality. It's the same way how the whole debt ceiling thing is also a formality. The United States they legislated that into existence. If they got rid of it, then they wouldn't be bringing it up and use it as a kind of like rhetorical tool to try to scrape away at things like Social Security and other social benefits that they should be giving people in the United States, because the federal government does not have to will never because it can pay all of its obligations. Like, there is no debt with China. Like, whenever they talk about a trade deficit, what they mean is that in exchange for dollars, which now are in China, right, the United States got goods, right? Like, wherever there's a deficit, there's a surplus in something. So that's why, like, with the economy, when they say, like, oh, deficit spending is so high, it's like, all that means is that that's how many dollars there are in the economy. Because they're like, oh, it's $35 trillion or whatever, however much it is. That's how many dollars there are all over the world, but most of them in the United States, that are still in circulation in the private sector, because there are three sectors when it comes to economics, and the international sector. That's all that means. So if you reduce the deficit, that means you're taking away money from the private and the international sector. Like, that's basic accounting. It's called identity. All of the amounts equal zero. So, like, this belief that the government cannot afford to give us healthcare or afford to give us education for free is just a lie. Like, they could legislate it into existence, but they don't, right? Instead, they do tax cuts, which is bad, because taxation is what gives money its value.
Because he is a new messiah, Trump is. And
tax cuts on the rich, I should note. Like, they should be taxed at very high rates, and states should tax them too, because states, unlike the national government, do not make their own money, so therefore their budgets are dependent upon income. So there's no reason why states should be giving tax breaks to billionaires in their bound, that live there, because they will just be there to exploit and then just leave, right? Like, that's kind of the whole point. I did enjoy watching them try to deny how they wanted to abolish Social Security. Yeah, I mean, like, the worst thing that FDR did when it came to Social Security is that he wanted so bad to have a physical, like, for people to see that their money went to the trust fund, right? He didn't have to do it that way. Like, that's why other things he did don't function that way. But with Social Security, he made this big deal of, like, I want the citizens to know that they are going to get, I don't know why I'm talking in a slightly southern accent, but anyway, because he had a transatlantic accent anyway. But the point being that, and he was a wealthy man. I mean, he was a capitalist, like an actual capitalist. The whole point being that he was, like now we have Medicare Part D, and that one is funded in perpetuity, and it adjusts for inflation. So they could just take whatever is in that, whatever funds that, put that into the new legislation about Social Security, and literally Social Security would never be an issue again. The reason why they want to abolish it and make it privatized is because that's Milton Friedman speak for the marketization of everything, right? Generalized competition, like there's like the article, like the first article that mentions neoliberalism, which is Milton Friedman's first major article anyway. Like, that's literally what he says. Like, let's make everything into a market. Like, let's make childcare a market. Let's make food distribution a market. Let's make, and everything. So now you have things like cities that have to bid to get contracts to get, like, trash delivery. So instead of the city contracting or, having its own trash collection service, now they have to compete with private companies that would run it themselves. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? And so, it's the same thing like I mentioned, like, in some parts of LA, there are certain it's like Waste Management, which is like the largest garbage disposal company in the world, right? Like, it's a publicly traded company. It makes billions of dollars because it was all marketized in the 80s and 90s, where now towns have to compete, and towns, because they rely on tax revenue, like towns, cities, states, they rely on tax. The federal government does not rely on taxation to pay its obligations. That's just literally, like, there are articles from the Roosevelt administration, or pardon me, from the Hoover administration that show that. But anyway, because and people say that's MMT. Technically, it's not, but I know MMT people like to use that as logic for other things. But regardless, free healthcare could be paid. Teachers could be paid better, right? But they don't. They like to use it as a political. I don't even like to say football. I want to say piñata, because instead they use it for the worst possible outcomes, right? Instead, let's take away even the smallest safety net that's left for the American people. But speaking of people, we're gonna go raid Polly, because I have to go feed my puppies. Make sure to send her lots of Giga Chats. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming on the stream. I really appreciate that all of you were here, and I hope to see you all soon. Bye. Yeah, take care. Thank you again so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you.